And I want to understand white rage, and I'm white.
We're the whites. Nobody ever cares if bad things happen to us anymore.
Fuck you. War.
Hey, you know what? Let me hit that.
Really?
I can handle it.
I am certain that you cannot.
Oh, come on. I smoked a ton of weed in the 90s.
Right, the 90s.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Appreciate each and every one of you guys coming out to listen to me every night. Like a small miracle every time. And God damn it, we do magic on this channel, don't we? We make magic happen on this channel. Appreciate y'all for being here. Hit that like button. Make your way into the room. Take a chair. Got a fairly focused conversation for us tonight. One thing and one thing only. The hell's going on in Tennessee, bro? True story. True story. I lived in Tennessee for a year, maybe. When I was really young, like third grade. Lived in Memphis, though. We didn't live up in the mountains or nothing. Lived in Memphis, you know. But prayers for Tennessee right now. It's crazy, man. It's bad out there. And to top it all off, apparently we gave all the Haitians and the Mexicans all the money for Tennessee. God damn it. God damn it. All the money that we could have used to help Tennessee, the Haitians got it, the Mexicans got it, the Venezuelans got it. A couple of funny looking niggas from the Congo got it. Everybody but the people in Tennessee got the money, bro. Black people can't get no reparations. Tennessee can't get no FEMA. What the fuck is going on out here, man? We're having a lot of problems. There's a lot of bad things happening right now. So we have to jump in. So we're gonna cover FEMA's financial irresponsibility and the people of Tennessee still struggling. Pull up a chair, y'all. Throw $1 in the hat for me. Hit that like button. Let's get to it.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
share with y'all some things you may not know about what's happening in the North Carolina mountains in the aftermath of Helene. Here's number one. If you have friends or family that are headed into the mountains or who live there, the looting has picked up major steam. I was advised yesterday by a county sheriff to make sure that anybody out and about is carrying, and in his words, carrying with the safety off. There are very aggressive people out there, and I'm just going to go ahead and say this. It's not because they're necessarily awful. They're desperate. Desperate people do desperate things, y'all. And why are they desperate? Because there's no water in some of these communities. We have neighbors in North Carolina with no water. And all I can say is this: the government ain't coming to save you. Not now, not ever, because they don't care about you, the people, anymore. It is the citizens who are going to have to step it up. Now, I got to tell y'all, I was floored yesterday by how my community, which is a little over an hour away from the affected areas, showed up at donation sites with water and diapers and formula and some liquid IV. I mean, y'all brought all kind of things, bleach, vinegar. You are ready to help, and we're going to take more donations today. And we're so grateful for everything, because I'm going to get it into the hands of actual volunteers. And I was asking people, like, why are you bringing it to me? Some of y'all don't even know me. And they said, well, we don't trust the relief organizations anymore. Y'all, we have lost our organizations to grifters. We have lost our organizations to liars. And so we have to rely on each other, because that's how this country was built. This country was built patriot by patriot. And I can tell you this, as a realtor, I know my realtors in the mountains, and I have talked to them, and they know the neighbors too. So I am getting your donations into hands that are going to get it into hands. And everybody that sent me dollars, I got teams of shoppers out, and I got receipts to prove it, because we are not grifters. We are neighbors. And the patriots that are in the mountains, if you see this, if your family sees this, hear me now. You are not forgotten by the rest of North Carolina. And if you are not in North Carolina, then there are ways that you can give. But can I just remind y'all of something? You cannot eat money. You cannot drink money. So for those of y'all that thought money was your God, and by the way, that includes our freaking elected officials, it's not your God. Told my girlfriend this morning while we were talking about this during our run, I said, tell your children, 'cause she's got grown children, this is why you keep a stash of water on hand. This is why you keep a stash of food on hand. But for those of y'all that are not in affected areas, if you can take your donated items and send it to the mountains, then send it with a friend. Make sure you're sending truckloads so that we don't overload the roads, because our first responders are overwhelmed. By the way, thank you, Governor DeSantis, for doing more for North Carolina than North Carolina's governor has. I'm very grateful for your National Guard, because we have to help each other, y'all. And I'm going to tell you something. If you will share this with somebody who doesn't know what's happening in North Carolina, they need to know. They need to know that there are entire towns gone. Chimney Rock is gone, a beautiful town. Swannanoa, gone. Montreat, gone. Other towns damaged beyond repair. That means our geography has changed. Our culture is at risk. But most importantly, our people, our generational people have lost their generational homes. This ain't about your granite countertops anymore. Listen, y'all, listen. Tell somebody how they can help. I am but one resource. There are people I know all over North and South Carolina that have been gathering up goods and trucks. Somebody as far away as Massachusetts putting a truck together. Let me know. I can connect you to where to take things. The Baptists are doing a great job out of Boone. Samaritan's Purse is on the ground. I trust those two organizations. I wish I had trust for more, because I don't trust this government, but I trust the people of North Carolina. Y'all, the biggest thing you can do, pray. Pray right now. Pray fervently that people will turn their hearts back to God, and pray for a hedge of protection around all those who have seen things they should never have to see. I'll tell you one more story before I hang up this video. I had a lady come to my donation site yesterday, and her grandson is 10 years old, living in the mountains with his mother, who works in a VA hospital. They're getting the kid out today to get him home, because they can finally get him out. And they're worried because he has seen things he should never have to see. When you have children that are seeing bodies on the ground and towns gone, we're going to have to answer for that one day, y'all. Please pray. Please do something. And for those of y'all that have already done something, I can't thank you enough.
I just saw the video of Kamala Harris in my hometown, Augusta, Georgia, speaking to people like everything's going to be okay. She's sitting here telling us that go online, apply. Well, okay, hundreds of us still don't have power, internet services. Sure, we can get to it. We can fight. We can apply. We can get on it for immediate assistance. Well, I went on because we split. We went to Columbia right away and got our hotel room. Now, luckily, we're in an Airbnb. This is a place that we get to live. I get to give my kids some hot water, some power, some food, just some comfort, something to help them know that this is going to be okay while our house is back home destroyed and filling up with water. The floors are caving in. Hundreds of people. That's happening to everybody around the city. Like I said, we still don't have water, still don't have power. Slowly it's getting restored. And I think all the linemen that are out there working so hard from all the other states, they're the only ones that are actually getting things done, not the freaking government. Because you're telling us to go online to FEMA and apply, and you'll get immediate help for $750. Well, okay, I went on FEMA, I applied, and I immediately got denied. Because apparently I have homeowners insurance and that's going to cover that. And okay, sure, I know it will. It'll get taken care of. Thank God we're all safe and alive. I know it's just things. It's a house, but it's not immediate. And I don't know what is she talking about. I have no idea. Nobody I know has had immediate assistance. Nobody's $750. What, to our Cash App? What are you going to give? How are we going to do this? How are we going to get this? So then if we get the $750, that'll barely cover the groceries that we've all lost and our freezers and refrigerators and everything. Also, there's thousands of pine trees, just like this one, and oak trees, and all these trees all over the entire city. Power lines are everywhere. They're ripped apart. Poles are down. Transformers are down. It's going to take weeks to get this repaired in some places. So people are going around. There's tree people that are going around riding through neighborhoods. Hey, you guys need help? Come on. Some of them are trying to get you to sign a contract right there on the spot. No quote, no money down. We're just going to get to work. Okay, so then a lot of times you have to bring in a crane. There's trees on all these houses. So now we have to get a crane to pick up the tree. Okay, the crane rents $3,500. Awesome. And then the groundwork is, I was told, $150 per hour, $185 per hour, just until the work's done. And you just have to trust us that it's going to get done, and you have to pay out of pocket, and then your insurance will cover it, and they'll cut you a check. And so $750, man, that'll definitely take care of it. I don't know what I want her to do, but just that was flat out insulting. And she just didn't seem to have any regard, any care for what was going on. They flew her into our literal airport, drove her right to a disaster place, set her up a little podium with, oh, look at this house with trees in it. This looks awesome. Let's do this. Man, I bet you she didn't spend 10 minutes driving around looking at that place. I have no idea. But it's so, and I know we don't even have it as bad. We have deaths in our area, but we're, compared to people in North Carolina who are absolutely trapped and the entire town's gone, this thing completely obliterated the Southeast. And I don't know what to even do to fix it. I don't have answers. I don't know. But I know that her coming on and saying immediate help, $750 is going to be given to those. What the hell is that? What are we supposed to do with that? And what immediate help? What are you talking about? People are going knocking door to door. Who has power? Who has don't? I mean, it's pretty easy to tell who can have power and who doesn't. It's just, and then what are you going to do? You're gonna give them $750 right there at the door? Is that what's happening, or is it going to be sit tight? We're coming. Here's some cheese and some bread. Oh God, I don't know, guys. This is just, it's crazy though. That it's unreal to go through something like this. And you see it all your life on news in Florida and Texas and Louisiana. Everybody get pelts by hurricanes. We're up in Augusta, Georgia. We get rain, we get wind, sometimes tornadoes. It's never really like a huge deal. But this swept through and completely decimated our area. We are not used to anything like this, not prepared. We have no idea how to even start setting up. And I don't even know how to start cleaning up trees out of my yard. I mean, I guess I'll just get a chainsaw, but now we have like gigantic 20-foot root balls hanging out everywhere. I can't grind that up. I don't even know how to like start getting rid of that. We're probably just going to make it into like a playhouse or something. I have no idea.
They really got us out here applying for permits to help people. Like helping people became a profession. You need to apply for a permit, for a request, permission to help people. That's fucking insane. That's insane. You'll stand there watching, waiting for the order. Like, yeah, I guess you can help them. You need an order. You need someone to order in order for you to have permission to help people. That's where we're at. Insane. Let people know magic is mind control. Possession of the mind.
We're up to more than 200 people dead from Hurricane Helene. I'm sure you saw yesterday, DHS says FEMA doesn't have enough money to last hurricane season. What's your reaction to hearing that?
Well, they're doing a very bad job. They've given over $1 billion to illegal migrants that came in, and now they have no money for North Carolina, for Georgia, for South Carolina, and Alabama, Tennessee, and Florida. I think that's a disgrace. This is a country that's being run by fools.
We're up to more than 200 people dead from.
When you know, at this point, the choice is very clear. So for you Democratic chills out there that's still trying to defend this administration, it's over. It's over. You've already had an example what it feels like when you are American first, despite if you don't like him. He always put American first. Now you have an example when you're American last. And they only give you $750 if there is a natural disaster that happened, because they have depleted the FEMA fund of $1.4 billion that was given out to illegal migrants for shelter and food and resources, just like we keep saying. But then they want to jump on the news and mainstream media and tell you that Republicans are lying. They're the ones not passing the bills. They're the one that's holding up funding. No, Department of Homeland Security, the director, all of these people that's in government and in power, they are the ones that work for Biden and Harris. That's who's running this show right now. The natural disaster that happened in these states here, and they do not have no money. How can you get on TV and tell the American citizens, taxpayer citizens, that you don't have no money to give them because you spent it all for illegal migrants? Y'all take a look at this video from Fox News.
Alejandro Mayorkas sounding the alarm on FEMA funding right after the devastation of Hurricane Helene. Listen.
We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. We are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season.
This all comes as the Biden-Harris administration spent over $1 billion from a FEMA program on services for migrants.
I have to calm down because I'm really extremely pissed. I mean, I can only imagine. Like I said, I live in a hurricane area. I've seen our bridges and our roads filled with water, bayous, everything. It's just that we're in a flat area. But to look to see the devastation, I've never seen anything like that in my life. I mean, entire roads washed away. Same thing with Hurricane Katrina. And then you had Maui, with Hawaii, and what happened there. And in all of these situations, the government does not step up. And now it's at a point where they are telling the American people that they have depleted our funds. It's not like they didn't have the money. They just chose to use it a different way instead of what it was intended to be used for, which is for natural disasters for our country. You know, I said that I was going to write Senator Ted Cruz about this. You know, he's our senator up there. And I'm going to write him because they need to dig somewhere. And some other types of departments, go back over there and get the check from Zelensky. You're going to have to go and get that check from Netanyahu. You're going to have to go back over there and get that damn check from Taiwan because America ain't got it. If you can't take care of your own American citizens now, then we ain't got it for nobody else. So yes, these people these illegal immigrants that's coming here, we ain't got it. Y'all gonna have to go back where y'all came from because we don't have it. If we can't take care of our own home and our own people in our country, then we ain't got it for nobody else. I'm sorry. And that's all I got to say about that. So y'all have a good one.
This is Kiera in the National Response Coordination Center. There's a rumor out there that FEMA is only providing survivors with $750. This is not true. One type of assistance, serious needs assistance, does provide survivors with $750 for essentials like baby formula, food, water, medication, and other essential supplies. But there are other forms that you may qualify for after you apply for disaster assistance. You can receive things like temporary housing or home repair costs. For more information, click the link. This is Kiera in the National Response Coordination Center. There's a rumor out there.
Kiera, I have a question. Hi, sweetie. It's me, Conservative in the back. Yeah, I have a question, Kiera. How are you going to do all that if FEMA doesn't have any money left for disaster relief? Like, I feel like if I click that link, I'm going to wind up owing somebody some money. I don't trust that link, Kira. Kira, that link is probably dead. If I click that link, they're gonna like steal my data or something. I'm not gonna click that link, Kira. Kira, you know, no disrespect. I'm sure you're a strong, magical black woman and you got this shit under control, but Kira, no, I'm not gonna click that link, sweetie. No. I don't trust your links. I don't trust none of your links, Kira. You already told me you ain't got no money, bitch. What the fuck? Your boss just told me y'all ain't really got no money right now. I guess I gotta wait till next year's hurricane budget. Maybe help a nigga out. But goddamn, Kira, what the fuck? What are we doing here, Kira? And just speaking of Kiras and Keishas and such, black women, y'all do not want to be the face of this bullshit. I swear to God, Kira should have quit. Kira should have asked for a demotion. Whatever Kira used to do before that job, she should have tried to get that job back. Kira, baby, nah. Kira, Keisha. Can I call you Keisha? Keisha. Y'all got a lot of shit on y'all shoulders right now, is all I'm saying. And like, you don't really want to be the face getting out in front of this shit, Kira. Keisha. Nah, you really don't want to be the face getting out in front of this shit right now, Keisha. Because look, we already have a Kamala. We don't really need an actual Keisha, right? We already have a Kamala. Let Kamala be everyone's Keisha. Actual Keishas need not show up. Like, you need not attend. We already have a Kamala. Let Kamala be Keisha for all of us, right? Keishas, listen. You know what? I was about to say I'm begging you, but the fuck I look like saying that? Keisha, look. Y'all just need to fall back, is all I'm saying. Y'all need to fall back. Y'all don't need to be the face of anything happening right now. I promise you. It would be better for the next, at least until the next election is over. At least until the election is over. Keisha, just fall back. Like, you got a couple of weeks to go. You only have a couple of weeks. It's really like a couple of days if you think about it. It's really only a couple of days. Y'all don't be the face of anything political. I'm telling y'all, this shit gonna look bad. It's gonna look crazy. So don't, all right? But that's just me and my non-professional Keisha advisory role. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's get back to North Carolina and the drama. The Blaze actually went on the ground, and they got a lot of footage. And I haven't watched any of this, so we're going to go through this together. Shout out to the Blaze for putting this together.
Well, they have to
Well, they're moving chairs.
Okay.
This is the first one you've seen, right?
In Asheville.
Hey guys. Good. How are you?
What can I do for you?
Well, I'm Glenn, and this is
hit that like button for me, y'all. Hit the like button.
We're just
Hit the
wondering
video,
what you guys are up to. What's
So they brought this in today, which gives us connectivity, complete connectivity, so we can do a lot more than we've been doing because all of our equipment works now. So they're registering. They're telling them over there, we're over here. I think tomorrow they're moving us over there somewhere more, but not exactly.
And what are you doing? What is it?
Actually registering people for FEMA systems.
Okay, so this is the check
Getting
thing.
them in the system.
Okay.
Not just to check things, but housing, checking generators.
Okay.
So long housing. And
Yeah,
so
good.
much in it, you know.
Good.
But we're basically getting them in the system.
And you guys got here today?
We've been here for 2 days. We got here yesterday. Yesterday we didn't have any connectivity, so we took 2,800 people, as near as we could count, coming through the food distribution line and through the gas station and handed them all flyers. We didn't have flyers to hand them. Our flyers weren't here, but they could take pictures of our flyer, which told them they could go online, they could make a phone call, they could use your app to go online, just to get them in the system. Also telling them they're going to be here eventually. There'll be a DRC located nearby at Disaster Recovery Center, and they go there for help. But the app is great. The app, they can go on, they can upload documents through the app, so they don't need us.
Can I ask you a question? And not to stop. One of the biggest problems, though, is that most people don't have the ability, one, to even get on their phones to verify what is going on. How does people even know that this location exists?
So that would be the news media's job to tell everybody.
But they don't have power.
None of the news media. Well, I mean, I watch the news.
Well, no, the people who need the FEMA assistance don't have power.
You'd be
So how do they watch
surprised.
TV?
You would be surprised. They sit in their cars to charge their phones and listen to the radio. They're very well. That's how they knew the distribution center was here. So they were told to come here to get those supplies, and they don't know we're here really until they get here and we tell them, and they see us and we're here.
But it is plausible, though, that those who, one, are either cut off from the location because they're still rebuilding roads, obviously, at cable arrest, or doesn't have power, won't know about even where this truck exists or if it does exist.
Right, and there's no way actually. So we're DSA, Disaster Survivor Systems, right? So what we actually do, we work items like these, and we actually go door to door. We go door to door and try to knock on every door in the county, and we go at the direction usually of the emergency manager, because the fire chiefs are going to tell us where people are, where things are devastated. So we literally go door to door.
So when does that start?
That's way above my head. You're talking to Peon Eddie.
Yeah. Okay.
You're not talking. Do you want to talk to my crew? You want to talk to my crew lead? Here, let me get my crew lead for you. She might have some answers.
But again, it goes back to my point, which is that, okay, so I need to fill out a form. I need to scan a flyer.
Yeah.
How do I know this exists? Oh, the local media. Okay, well, they don't have power.
Yeah.
They might not have a vehicle.
Right.
So what about
I saw a lot of them washed away.
That's right.
You have to like fill out forms and scan flyers and stuff. I mean, look, I am no expert in disaster relief and all that, but seems like red tape to me. Just feels like an extra step, you know?
Hi.
Ma'am, how are you?
This is Patricia.
Hi, Patricia. I'm Glenn. This is Congressman
Mills.
Hello.
How are you, ma'am?
Good.
So we're wondering, we just asked, when do you guys go door to door? He was telling that.
Is that Glenn Beck? That is Glenn Beck. Holy shit. That is Glenn Beck. Glenn eats good too. Look at Glenn's belly. Glenn eats well.
Mass people are. So the mass people are here. Let's get them into the system as quickly as possible. Once we get the masses done, then we start going door to door.
Okay. How do people know you're here?
We just got here.
You just got here?
We were here yesterday.
Yeah.
And today's our first day with this unit.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow we're going to move the unit up by the car wash.
Oh.
Yesterday we couldn't do anything besides give them the information because we didn't have any Wi-Fi.
Right.
I will say, and this is just someone who's, we got lucky enough, Glenn actually spotted it before I did, but I think even having this vehicle more towards the front of the road where people even know that it exists, for visibility, with people coming by, might actually.
Yeah, we were in a van with 8 people. I was the only one that saw it.
Exactly right.
No, that's what we're gonna do. That's
Good.
what we got to do. We just.
It seems like we should have like an army of drones with some level of freight capability. They can carry like 5 to 10 pounds of freight. And at the very least, we can drop food and water to certain areas. You know what I mean? We can drop like, I don't know, bread and water. I mean, literal bread and water to some people, meat, bread, water to people. I don't know. Just, it seems like if we had an army of drones would be highly effective in this type of scenario. No? Am I bugging? I think that kind of thing would be totally effective. Like the other day, I saw China put together a light display with drones. It was like a video, a TikTok video or something, but it was a drone display. And China does this. It's not the first time, but it had to be, 500 to 1,000 drones all synchronized to do a giant aerial light display. Like they all made all different kind of shapes and images and whatnot. And I'm like, I was watching that, just imagining the military capabilities. Like, imagine if all of those drones were weaponized somehow, right? Like, imagine an army of drones like that chasing you through a forest. It's fucking nightmare shit, right? Imagine an army of drones like that coming to chase you. Coming to find you in a forest after a flood, though. It's not exactly a nightmare, but I'll accept that one still. It's still scary, but I'll accept that because, everybody wants to live, right? Everybody wants to live. We need an army of drones to help everybody because what the fuck are you guys doing at this truck shit? 2024, all the fuck we got are trucks, bro? What the hell?
Just needed a temporary spot to turn around and get things up and running.
Yeah,
and the guy that's running this facility here, I spoke with the manager here. He said this would be a good spot. The guy that's running the parking lot, who's a different guy, I didn't know that. He said, so the car wash would be better. And I was like, boy, that's really smart.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Good.
that's where we're going to be set up tomorrow.
Good.
And we should be doing registrations. We'll be here between 9 and 10. We're all coming in from Charlotte. He'll be here a little bit earlier. And then we'll start tearing down about 5 o'clock so that we can get out of here.
Great.
Because we don't necessarily go door to door. It's not my cadre anyways. There's 23 different cadres.
Oh, I know. I understand how the bureaucratic levels of departments work.
Yeah. So
they don't always work clear together.
Yeah, we concentrate in getting.
Shout out to the bureaucracy,
right,
man. Shout out to all the bureaucrats out there killing people since printed paper.
Financial assistance right
I
away,
love that.
and it's happening like that. One of
Good.
Are you guys recording me?
Yeah, he's filming. Yeah, over here. He's
Okay.
filming us.
So one of the first things that are coming out is special needs assistance.
Right.
And that's just a little bit of into the account. People are going to think automatically that that's all they're going to get. No, that's not the case. That's just the beginning. That is just the beginning, because then there's going to be another much larger drop, and then there's going to be other things. But we still have to go through and verify the damages that have been done.
Yeah.
And that you own the house and that you are the
so
renter.
that you can limit the amount of fraud, which we've seen in other areas.
We got it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank
We
you.
are all from different parts of the United States. I'm from Montana.
I'm from
Are you really?
Florida.
I'm from Texas.
Oh, golly gee. Where are you guys from? Where are you guys from?
I'm from Tennessee. I'm working on.
Today's their official
What
first
a
day.
bunch of bullcrap that was.
They got here yesterday. Official first day. They're tucked away almost.
She's where the masses are. She's where the masses are.
Don't worry. 9-5.
Well,
Yeah.
but again, though, it still hasn't answered the question, which is that
Adam was
you're
saying
in
if
an
I
area.
could, he was up.
Yeah.
No, she was up. She's where the masses are. Can't you see the masses lined up? They're not even in the right side of the parking lot. You want to be where the masses are, you put up signs at least, or your stupid little table in front of where the food is.
Are you trying to tell me that there's like a group of hungry people not very far away, and you guys are set up over here trying to help nobody? Is that what's happening?
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with y'all? You niggas are crazy.
Then
When?
she said, "We
well,
don't."
But then you question. You said when?
When?
He goes, "Well, that's above my head."
Yeah, and then so let me talk to my manager. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
And then the manager said, "No, we don't go door to door. I don't know when that happens. That's a different department." Oh my god.
You're kidding.
No.
That's exactly what was said.
No. It was that is
when Glenn went silent, I knew he was done with this.
Oh, I
nonsense.
was done from the very
Yes,
beginning.
I could tell.
could see these guys.
But again, though, if you wouldn't have even spotted them, Glenn,
I know. Good eye.
who knows that they were back here? And again, my recommendation I thought was pretty common sense, which is, hey, for more
Move
visibility,
there.
maybe you put yourself on the main road.
Yeah.
You want to serve the quote unquote masses. Let's go ahead and get mass visibility.
Look, the food and the stuff is down there. Their truck, which just looks
Hiding
like a
back
community,
here.
it doesn't have a sign, hey, register for money, register for help. Just a communications truck.
Right.
And two people sitting at the table.
If you saw that, would you know that your sign up for FEMA
No,
assistance?
I have no idea.
Wow, that's the sign up for FEMA assistance?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
You found it.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No way.
That's
Put
what they're.
themselves in the quiet corner in the back.
That's right.
And
That's right.
and you ready? They said, we said, how do people know? Well, they're watching TV and they're listening to
It's
radio.
up to the
They don't
media.
have homes.
That's what they live.
How the fuck are you watching TV after your house just got washed away in the flood? Jesus Christ. And the other day when I was talking about this, I played a video where the helicopter rescue guy, private helicopter rescue guy, by the way, got up in his own personal helicopter, him and his dad. Well, him and his son, rather. But he goes out, tries to rescue a couple, picks up one guy, brings him to FEMA, whatever little local spot they had. And the local law enforcement says, listen, if you fly up there again, we're going to arrest you, right? Well, apparently, a fire chief arresting rescuers trying to bring food and water and airlift to those stranded was finally arrested. Allegedly, this guy was having people arrested trying to help, and now he's been arrested.
Former President Trump is accusing the Biden administration of using FEMA funding to support undocumented migrants. How is the White House responding to that?
I mean, it's just categorically false. It is not true. It is a false statement. And look, the fact of the matter is, I think Washington Post fact checker did a piece, and the headline recently, just moments ago, not too long ago, and the headline was, "No, Biden did not take FEMA relief money to use on migrants, but Trump did."
So now the story is President Biden did not take the FEMA money and use it for the migrants, right? Now look at this guy with a literal caravan of mules, right? A caravan of pack mules. Trekking. You ever use that word accurately? He's trekking through the mountains of North Carolina with a caravan of pack mules to bring people supplies and goods and relief. Because Biden did not waste the FEMA money on the illegals, right? Biden absolutely did not waste that FEMA money on any illegals, all right? That's just not true. That's what they say. It's not true. Never happened. I don't know why people are saying that.
I hear the train a-comin'. It's rolling around the bend.
Let me start that over. I didn't read that out loud. Old Fort, North Carolina, Sunday Bridge out. Only accessible by horseback. Watch to the end to see your locals, not your feds, get this community accessible. This is some rough shit.
And I ain't seen the sunshine
Imagine riding a horse not because you want to, but because you have to. It's almost like going back in time, right? Like the only way down off this mountain is on horseback.
I'm looking for the prison, and time keeps dragging on.
America forever, people. Type it in the chat for me, y'all. America forever, y'all. Nothing like this has ever existed, and if it goes away, nothing like this may ever exist again. America forever. We need 1,000 years of America at the minimum.
And I ain't seen the sunshine. I don't know when.
San Diego County supervisors okay $20 million from FEMA for Migrant Welcome Center. Biden announces $8 billion in military aid for Ukraine. Feds say there's no money left to respond to hurricanes after FEMA spent $640 million on migrants. Those of you that are getting ready to vote for another 4 years of this, can you please wake up? Can you please wake up? We are the current federal government's employers. We are their employers, and they should be fired for the way that they are currently treating tax-paying U.S. citizens that have been infected by Hurricane Helene. Our dollars that we put into the system, we fund all of these politicians, should be coming back to us, not to Ukraine, not to illegal immigrants, making a welcoming center for them. If this doesn't wake you up, if this isn't your last straw, you need to get your head checked. San Diego County supervisors okay $20 million from FEMA for Migrant Welcome Center. Biden announces $8 billion in military aid for Ukraine.
Now, I want to take you guys to this CNN panel debating over whether or not FEMA wasted the money.
200 people now confirmed dead, hundreds more still missing. Helene, now the deadliest hurricane to hit the mainland.
Like the video
US
for me, people. Throw a dollar in the cash app for me.
2005, President Biden and Vice President Harris touring hard-hit communities across the Southeast, and earlier this week deploying active duty troops. Donald Trump preparing to make his second visit to Georgia today and claiming without evidence that the Biden administration is withholding aid from states, including Georgia and North Carolina.
They stole the FEMA money just like they stole it from a bank so they could give it to their illegal immigrants that they want to have vote for them this season. You know, they're trying to get them on the voters' roll. We cannot let that happen.
The White House pushing back against
that. Actually is pretty legit, though. They really do want to. It's obvious with everything going on, they support the illegals way more than they support any average American. And it just kind of seems like you would rather have them than us. And now that this giant natural disaster hits North Carolina, it only looks more and more and more like you would rather have the illegals than help Americans, right?
Releasing a statement that says this, quote, "This is false. The Disaster Relief Fund is specifically appropriated by Congress to prepare for, respond to, recover from, and mitigate impacts of natural disasters. It is completely separate from other grant programs administered by FEMA for DHS." Our panel is back here. Now, this has clearly become a big flashpoint on the right. Alex, they're talking about, they're tying basically immigration, all of the places where they feel stronger in with this disaster relief question. Overarching all of it is the fact that, I mean, the response we're a week out now. There's still people missing, cut off from the world. We're just playing video of a man holding up a mirror to try to get attention from a helicopter pilot. I mean, this is happening in America. That is a challenge for Biden and Harris.
Yeah, and Trump seized on it right away last weekend. He was the first one of these three people to be on the ground when he went to Georgia last weekend. Meanwhile, after the hurricane made landfall, Joe Biden did go to travel to Rehoboth Beach over the weekend. When he was asked about it, he said,
this whole incident only highlights not just Kamala's general unlikability, which was already a problem, but she's bad at politics. She's bad at optics. She doesn't really understand the game, as they would say. Like, this could have been her moment. This idea, never let a good tragedy go to waste, I think some Democrat was famous for saying at one point. It is kind of true, though, if you really do have an unscrupulous approach towards winning, right? But this could have been Kamala's moment to kind of look, think of it like this. Think of it like this, right? 2 days after the hurricane, Kamala Harris moves her campaign headquarters somewhere in North Carolina, like some safe, undamaged part of North Carolina, right? She out the way, basically, right? But she moves her campaign headquarters to North Carolina. She tours areas that are badly damaged. And she actually is seen herself personally guiding care and aid to people, right? She's like, remember in 9/11, there was this famous moment with Rudy Giuliani holding a bullhorn, standing on top of the rubble, talking to people. I don't even remember what the fuck he said, but the image, the moment lasts forever. And Kamala's fucking retarded because she never even tried to have her moment. The best she could do was sit in a room full of bureaucrats at a table with coffees and waters and microphones and pens and little notepads and shit and talk about things. Like, no, this is not a moment to talk about things, right? And I'm being completely politically cynical here. I'm not even arguing that she would have effectively changed anything literally on the ground. I'm just saying it was a moment wasted. You could, because the media has to be on her side, right? And she could have been out there with her pantsuit and some fucking duck boots on, standing in the rubble, looking like she's trying not to cry, holding hands with some little lost child who's like dirty from the flood. Stupid bitch wasted her fucking moment, y'all.
Well, I had a telephone, and it seemed like a little bit flip. And then Kamala Harris also realized there was a problem because she was out on the West Coast on a fundraising swing and quickly sort of came back. And now you see that they are scrambling to sort of show that they are on the ground. Joe Biden making several visits to storm-damaged areas just the last 2 days. And so they're trying to sort of play a little catch-up here.
Yeah, I mean, Megan, how would you grade the performance so far?
Well, I think it's a little bit more nuanced. The resources that they draw from going on the ground, that takes actually away from people doing rescue and these active, things that the people actually need, the police resources. So I don't think it's fair for them to be on the ground. I actually think it's a mistake for them to be on the ground.
Well, what about going back to the White House as this is unfolding?
I mean, the president can be the president from anywhere. So I like that falls a little flat. He shouldn't be so flip, but that's his nature to say flip things. You just saw him say that about.
No, the president can't always be the president from anywhere. Sometimes you got to go there, man. Even if it doesn't actually help in his biggest way. Let me rephrase that. Even if you don't actually help as much as you could have, the political value of it is it's incalculable almost, right? And so, like, because Kamala never had that moment where, like, people could conceive of her as a woman who cares, it's totally destroyed now. I don't really understand how, like, politically they fight back. I mean, obviously they have to, but it's such a lost moment. Because even Trump All he had to do was beat her there. And he understood that well enough. All Trump had to do was really beat her to the disaster. And so as soon as it was like basically safe enough to go down there, Trump's down there giving away stuff, talking to people. You know, he's doing his whole thing. He understands the game. He's a political animal. Who knew, right? Because he just started getting into politics like at like 50, I mean at 60 or whatever age, but late. He just got here last week, basically, right? But still, he understood. And nobody in Kamala's team, let alone Kamala herself, understood. Like, no, you got to be there. You have to show face. You got to do the things.
Israel about, are you confident it's not going to rain? So that's just his nature. Is it appropriate? Probably not. Should he choose a different tone? Sure, but that is his nature. But I do think, he was very quick to put out disaster relief declarations. They are very quick to do that. That is always something they do. He's always in touch with the governors and the mayors on the ground. I don't think anyone on the ground is saying that their actions are slow. But being there,
Governor Kemp did complain that some of that not enough counties were covered by disaster declarations. Said he had to call Jeff Zients, chief of staff, and then get it expanded.
Totally fair. But I also think though that optics do matter, and being on the ground matters, and that's what people remember. And so I do think it is hard. The resource argument is a fair argument, but it is hard to show people and tell people that when they don't have lights, they don't have cell coverage, their family members are missing.
Yeah, I think they want to see leadership. And even last night, he was saying, what storm zone? And people are very happy. And you're right. Certainly doesn't look like the people are happy on the ground, but Governor Kemp wasn't happy with the limited scope of the FEMA declaration. And there's also been mixed messages from Mayorkas and DHS and FEMA about this. 3 months ago, they were saying we have plenty of money, we'll be fine. Recently saying we don't have enough to get us through hurricane season.
Where's my fucking money, Brian? Brian, where's my money? I mean, for real, Brian, where's my fucking money? Like, how do you not have any money for this? How do we not have money for, like, bro, this is the one thing you exist for. This is the only thing you're supposed to be doing right now. How do you not have money for this? It's fucking crazy. You don't have money for this, bro? How do we not have money for this?
Stewie, hey.
Hey there. So, it's been 24 hours. Got my money?
How the fuck do you not have my money? All the taxes we pay. All the money you gave away to other countries. Motherfuckers that wouldn't help us if we were dying, by the way, right? Looking at you, little country in the Middle East. All the money that you give away, all the money we give you to give away, and you don't have my fucking money?
Oh, you know what? Just give me till next Friday. I'll have it for you. Oh, that's funny. I could have sworn I said have it today.
Yeah, I don't have it, sorry.
I could have sworn a hurricane just landed on my fucking house. I could have sworn my entire town is under 3 feet of water right now. I could have sworn I almost died and other people are fucking dead right now. I could have sworn you had money to help out when shit like this happens. Where's the fucking money?
Sorry. Oh, well, all right then. That's good, OJ. Yeah, that hurt? That hurt?
What the fuck is the money?
That feels so good, does it? No, huh?
How the fuck do you not have money right now? There's like, last time I heard a count, there's almost 12 million fucking illegals in here right now. You got 12 million illegals on food stamps and you don't have any fucking money? How the fuck do you have 12 million food stamp niggas in here and you don't have any fucking money? Most of them don't even speak English. They got money, but you don't have my fucking money though.
Yeah, that's what happens, man.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's what happens. Where's my money? You gonna give me my money? Where's my money, man?
People's children fucking drowned. I just saw a story of a black woman, a single black woman, and her 2 infant twins, and they all drowned, Joe fucking Biden. They all drowned. The children drowned. The little black twins, they fucking drowned, Joe. And you don't have my goddamn money, huh?
Where's the money? Yeah, you like that? That feel good? That feel good?
Motherfucker must think we playing. I swear to God, they think we playing. This motherfucker think we playing. They think we won't. I swear to God, they just think we some bitches. You must think I'm a bitch. Does Marcellus Wallace look like a bitch to you? Does Marcellus Wallace look like a bitch to you?
Money, man. Where's my money? You got till 5 o'clock. You hear me? You got till 5 o'clock. You freaking psychopath! Clean yourself up.
Does Marcellus Wallace look like a bitch?
And so that mixed messages, I think it's been a lackluster response across the board for a storm that is sneakily historic.
Yeah. Joining me now to talk more about this, Kevin Fry, Washington correspondent for Spectrum News, New York One. Kevin, good morning. Wonderful to see you. Let's talk about these disaster politics, because the optics of this in a campaign season can be very significant. If you remember back to Chris Christie and Barack Obama, in the wake of Superstorm Sandy, really got under the skin of Romney aides to see those pictures. Now Brian Kemp not appearing with the sitting vice president. What does that say to you about the state of things, and how do you think this ultimately cuts in the election?
Right. So, I mean, look, for Kamala Harris, this is both a difficulty and also an opportunity for her, because she can play this presidential role of above politics and also be the consoler in chief.
Say what again? Say what again? One more goddamn time. Yo, that was an epic scene in Pulp Fiction, by the way. For a lot of people, that was like their introduction to Samuel Jackson. That say what again, bro? As a youngster, that line just grabbed me. It took hold of me. That say what again was some powerful shit, bro. I remember never respond like that in moments of pressure. Just what? You better have something to say, motherfucker.
On one of these presidential responsibilities where you're actually outreaching to folks, making them feel better in their time of crisis. At the same time, it has given rise to a line of attack, even if it's not based in fact, for the Trump campaign. And Trump is able to appear with Brian Kemp, with other folks, to show that he is making inroads with parts of the party that, quite frankly, were quite critical of him just within the last few years.
Yeah. The central challenge here, too, I mean, as this response goes on, there potentially is some risk, I think, for Democrats there are a lot of questions about all of the
risk for Democrats? Really? Really? Did you hear the part about the twins dying? And the twins and their single black mama drowning? You hear about that part? Yeah, risk for Democrats. Yeah, it's unfortunate the Democrats are having a hard time right now. Poor Democrats, y'all. The poor Democrats, they are at risk right now. Aww.
The people that are still missing in the mountains of North Carolina. How much of a challenge is that potentially for Harris, considering she is the sitting vice president?
Right, I believe it is now the second deadliest hurricane incident since Hurricane Katrina. Correct me if I'm wrong there. And we all remember the devastating impact that had on George Bush's legacy and the immediate aftermath of that, in terms of people questioning his ability to lead through such a crisis. As we continue to see these communities that are cut off in North Carolina and other parts of the country, particularly in these key battleground states, let's not forget that, that could pose all sorts of difficulties for her as she tries to, outreach to these Sunbelt states.
Shout out to Anunnaki. Those who walk with the truth are builders of life. Anunnaki just came through with a giant $50 Cash App. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit that like, that share, and the subscribe button if you haven't done any of these things already. And while you're doing that, be like Anunnaki the one. Smash that Cash App button for me, y'all.
Hulk! Smash! Hulk! Smash! smash you! You make Hulk angry! You not like Hulk angry! Hulk no like fighting girls.
Where is the money, though? Because over the years, we've all heard different stories about how much money the migrants get for this and that. And we got to ask, what happened to the money, man? Where's my money, Brian?
As you know, Secretary, I helped secure $650 million in fiscal year 2024 for the CBP Shelter Services Program to limit the financial burden on local communities. I was pleased to see the notice of funding opportunity published last week that gave Arizona its fair share of the money available. As you know, this money has come quite late. We were just days away from the county ceasing all activities to process and manage migrants. So what steps is DHS going to take to ensure that additional funds are distributed and that we don't find ourselves in this critical situation in Pima County once again?
We announced with the first distribution last week, we also announced a competitive process for the second tranche of funds under the Shelter and Services Program. We are going to receive applications for it from existing recipients, as well as those who are first-time applicants, and we are very focused on getting the dollars out the door as quickly as possible, as fairly as possible.
This is them spending all that FEMA money. All the money they could have been using in North Carolina right
anti-immigrant
now.
extremists in southern states have coordinated the deceptive and inhumane busing of migrants arriving at our southern border to blue states like New York or Illinois, including my community. They're using vulnerable people, the vast majority of whom are legally seeking asylum, as pawns in their shameless and shameful political stunt. In contrast, I am so proud to be from Illinois, where under the leadership of our governor, Governor Pritzker, and Mayor Johnson in Chicago, our community has come together to provide resources and support to these new arrivals in alignment with our values as Americans.
Those are not my values. You spending money on those people is not in my value scheme. And again, black women, man, y'all the face of some bullshit right now, man. Y'all have done enough. Don't jump in front of no more things, man. Fall back.
Much of the federal funding for communities supporting migrants comes through FEMA's Shelter and Services Protection Program, or SSP. And this funding is largely directed to southern border states. Services Protection Program for communities supporting migrants comes through FEMA's Shelter and Services Protection Program, or SSP. As Americans, much of the federal funding for communities supporting migrants comes through FEMA's Shelter and Services Protection Program, or SSP. And this funding is largely directed to southern border states. But as these states like Texas continue to bus thousands of new arrivals north, it's time to take a look at how we allocate that money.
The dirty folks in the chat asked, why are so many black women talking? Because it's 2024, bro. That's why.
Almost 900 buses with migrants have been sent to Chicagoland in the last 18 months. But just last year, in round one of SSP funding, the state of Texas received 11 of the 34 grants awarded. Illinois received 2.
We are working through that allocation right now to distribute the 2024 funds, at least in the first tranche. And allow me to assure you, Congresswoman, that we are working very closely with the jurisdictions, both in the interior and at the border, to increase and maximize the effectiveness of the allocations.
These two longtime archetypal allies have stolen our money. They've been stealing our money for a long time, ever since the civil rights movement, man. These two people represent archetypes who have allied themselves to steal American dollars, you know. I'm not going to talk any more about it, but, you know, I know your game. I know exactly what this is. I've seen this before. I've watched the civil rights documentaries. I know what the fuck you're up to. Anyway, let's see what some of that money looks like. I mean, we could have been watching it at work in North Carolina, but that's not going to happen. I'm sorry I couldn't bring you that show tonight, but we can still see what the money looks like, though.
How much is rent here?
Free.
Hit that like button, y'all. This is what the money looks like.
Pay the rent. All right, y'all, this is Savannah Hernandez in Brunswick, Maine, reporting to you from the apartments where migrants are getting their rent paid for up to 2 years. Now, I wanted to give you guys a first inside look at these units. The migrants shared with us that they come furnished. So they have a flat screen TV in there, couches, tables and chairs, a bed. We also asked them as well, hey, are you paying utilities here? They shared with us that nope, they do not have a water bill. They do not have an electricity bill.
And what about the light and the water?
Everything is good. We don't pay anything. Now, I wanted to focus in on this area of Maine because there is a housing crisis going on currently for residents, and these buildings were initially created for Maine residents, but then it was decided that homeless migrants would be living here. Now, as an American, you can rent out one of these units, but a 1-bedroom is going to run you about $1,800, and a 2-bedroom is going to run you about $2,300. By the way, the average housing price for a house over here in Brunswick is about $480,000. So there was obviously a lot of outrage when it was first discovered that migrants were going to be housed here for free on taxpayer dollar. Now, I wanted to focus in on Brunswick as well because this is the same county that has received FEMA funding from that same program that spent almost $1 billion through the fiscal year.
$1 billion. A Billy, a Billy, a Billy, a Billy, I'm a Billy, a Billy, a Billy, I'm a billionaire. That's a young money billionaire, fucking immigrant stealing your share. God damn, $1 billion, bro. Not a Billy, not a fucking Billy. She said it was almost $1 billion, a whole Billy.
I wanted to focus in on Brunswick as well because this is the same county that has received FEMA funding from that same program that spent almost $1 billion through the fiscal year of 2023 and 2024 on sheltering illegal immigrants throughout the United States of America. By the way, FEMA coming out and saying that they have run out of that funding.
We are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season.
This is why I wanted to come up this way. This is why I wanted to come to Brunswick, because I wanted to show you guys a comparison of how the federal government is treating American citizens versus illegal immigrants and migrants in this country. This is how migrants up in Maine, up in Brunswick are living. We also went to Bangor, we went to Lewiston, and there are African migrants who share with us that they really like it over here, that they've been treated very well. We spoke to Catholic Charities who told us that they are expecting more.
Look at these happy niggas.
We also went to Bangor, we went to Lewiston, and there are African migrants who share with
I don't give a fuck what you call me. I'm a hater. These new niggas are too happy. You don't deserve to be this happy when you this new. You should be working and struggling, trying to figure out how to make it in America. You new niggas is too happy. I'm a day one nigga and I'm not even this fucking happy. How the fuck they so happy and we not happy? That don't even make sense. How the fuck are they this happy and we are this unhappy? This shit not right.
with us that they really like it over here, that they've been treated very well. We spoke to Catholic Charities who told us that they are expecting more migrants. They're actually bringing more migrants up this way.
Yeah, so we're expecting up to 150 refugees starting yesterday until September 30th, which is the 5th.
I don't like the fact that people are just expecting all these, because once you tell me you're expecting all these new people, that means you're in on it, right? Because it's one thing if by some weird liberal coincidence that all these Haitians or whatever various migrant ethnicity you want to call them, But, let's pick on the Haitians again for a minute. Because Trump said he's going to revoke the Haitians' protective status too, but we're going to get to that later. But let's just assume that all these Haitians just wound up in your little town and you had no idea, right? Like, God damn, these motherfuckers snuck in here and niggas fooled me, right? Like, all right, fine. You'd be like a victim in that, and then, I would be relatively sympathetic to that position. Like, damn, how the fuck all these Haitians just sneak up in your shit, bro? That shit crazy, right? But when you tell me that you're expecting such and such amount of migrants in the next year or so, I'm like, you know what? I don't think you need to live in this town either. Before we even kick the migrants out of this town, we got to get rid of you too. You are clearly a part of the problem. You just sitting there with your fat ass expecting these motherfuckers, like, you're going to spend all this time getting blankets and donations together for them? Like, no, bitch. The fuck you mean you expecting them? I don't expect you to be expecting motherfuckers like this. What the hell's going on here?
Fiscal year. And then we also have walk-in clients, which will increase those numbers. Generally for refugees that we know are coming, we help them get set up with an apartment, but we're always looking for like other landlords to work with as well for apartments.
Bro, when we kick the illegals out, some of these bitches got to go with them too, bro. I'm just throwing that out there because, it seems like the right thing to do. But just roll that one around in your mind for a little while. When we kick the migrants out, when we do that mass deportation G.I. Joe program, some of these awfuls and a couple of gons, the awfuls and the gons, they got to go back too, man. I'm not saying this should be like an official policy, but if one of them just happens to wind up in the cargo ship of like a C-130 or whatever it's called, I don't see nothing.
Apartments.
So I wanted to give you guys an idea of what was going on in Maine, the uppermost corners of the United States of America, where you wouldn't expect there to be migrants. This is a direct result of the open border, the illegal immigration crisis that has been allowed to prosper over the past 3-4 years, and it's stretching to even areas of America that you wouldn't expect.
Well, we found some of your money. We didn't find all of your money, but we found some of your money.
FEMA is tremendously prepared. This is what we do. This is what they do. And the key here, Rebecca, is also to make sure that the communities who are potentially impacted are prepared as well. And it's not just hurricanes and wildfires, also extreme heat, which certainly some parts of the United States are already experiencing.
Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is sounding the alarm on FEMA funding right after the devastation of Hurricane Helene. Listen.
We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. We are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season.
This all comes as the Biden-Harris administration spent over $1 billion from a FEMA program on services for migrants. Attorney General
650 plus 360. Let's see. Let's do some quick math right here. Let's see. The 0 and the 3, bring the 3 down there. The 5 and the 6, that's 11. Bring the 1 down there. Put the extra, carry the 1 up there. So that is 6 plus 3 plus the 1. That's 10. So that's 1, 0, 1. Hold on. That is over $1 billion. That's over $1 billion. Hold on. 650 million plus 363 million. You are fucking $200,000 short of $1 billion. All right, I'm sorry. You are $200,000 short of $1 billion. My math was a little shaky, but I got it together. You are basically a house in the suburbs away from $1 billion. Jesus Christ, bro. You're like, you know what? The union boss's house, you know the union boss from the Longshoremen's, his house in New Jersey is worth more than that gap. You might as well just round it up to a fucking Billy, bro. Just round it up to an even fucking Billy. That's how much money they put into the illegals in just 2 years, bro. A whole Billy, bro. 1.013. I thought I was up there, bro. I thought, yeah, because that's actually not 5. That's 6. That's over. Yeah. See, bro, that's over a Billy. That's over a Billy. Thank you guys for correcting my math. After I corrected my own math, I corrected my right math. In my mind, I had it at the 1.013, but I'm like, wait, that's over Billy. That can't be right. And then I looked at it. I was like, see, no, it's right. And then you guys actually proved me right. I'm bad at math. I suck at math. A little bit. Anyway, that's over a fucking $1 billion. What the fuck?
Services for migrants. Attorney General of the great state of Florida, Ashley Moody, joins me now. AG Moody, why
are we spending $1 billion on migrants? And who knew that it was costing America $1 billion a year, bro? Who knew that? I never knew that. And you know, black people, one of the estimates for reparations that I've heard recently was like up there in the trillions. But we wasted billions on these illegals, and you ain't getting no check, nigga. I just want you to understand that. I just need you to understand that. I need you to accept that in your mind, body, and soul, right? I need all three of those elements to be in unison, right? You are not getting a reparations check. You aren't Mexican enough. You aren't African enough. You just aren't enough. You are not getting your reparations check, brother. You ain't even Haitian enough. You ain't getting not a piece of that reparations check. You better get hit by a city bus, bro. You better get wrongfully convicted of a murder back in the drug wave in the 90s. You better have a fucking racist police encounter, because otherwise you ain't getting no check, my nigga. Anyway, let's go over to a town in Ohio. No, I'm sorry. A town in Pennsylvania. I think this is Charleroi, PA. Is this Pennsylvania? Charleroi, Pennsylvania. Because we didn't forget about the Haitians.
People wouldn't be in fucking Charleroi if they weren't here. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, I need to go back where I came from? Where?
Go to your town, wherever the fuck.
What did I do to you? What did I do to you? What's the problem? Just say it. Just say it with your chest at this point.
Say it with my chest.
Yes, you're gonna say all this shit. Just say it, right?
You're racist.
This is the go-to.
No,
this means nothing.
this is
You've
facts.
ruined the meaning of the word.
Do not talk to him, man. He's the devil.
All right, welcome to Charleroi. Okay.
Yo soy haitiano. Haitiano, yo vine de Haiti.
Okay. Bonjour. Can I interview you? Est-ce que buen café interview?
Hold up, dirty folks. You said it cost FEMA $1 billion. New York spent $5 billion. Chicago spent $500 million. I'm mad that Chicago only spent $500 million. What's up, yo, Chicago niggas? Y'all ain't got no money? How is New York spending $5 billion and you only putting up half, bro? Like, nah, you gotta put up another 500 on that, bro. Y'all Chicago niggas, man. I'm not gonna hear none of this broke shit. I'm not trying to hear none of this financial hardship niggas from Chicago. Nah, nigga. How y'all only put up $1 billion? Not even $1 billion, my bad. How y'all only put up $500 million? Y'all gotta put up at least a whole $1 billion, Chicago. Dirty folks done told on you. Y'all niggas not pulling y'all weight. Y'all niggas not pulling y'all weight. That's the problem. That's the problem. Y'all niggas not pulling y'all weight. Dirty folks say New York gave migrants 5-star hotels. Chicago put these niggas in tents. Maybe, listen, buy more tents, bro. Buy more tents. You know how many tents you can buy for another $500,000, bro? All I'm saying is if you ain't put up $1 billion, you ain't suffering enough. I want to hear that shit like Chicago, not a major metropolitan area. Y'all niggas got corporate headquarters and all of that shit over there. Nah, nigga, you got to put up some money, bro. I ain't trying to hear that shit. These Chicago niggas been getting over, bro. I swear to God, these Chicago niggas been getting over. I ain't even going to trip, though. I ain't even going to trip because y'all going to have to fight them Venezuelans hand to hand with like razor blades and screwdrivers and shit. So y'all niggas got to do y'all. Y'all got to do y'all, man. But $500,000 ain't even a lot.
Avec où? Nah. Okay. Bonjour. Merci. Bye bye. Interview? Can I interview you? Okay. For YouTube about Charleroi and Creole and Francois. Yeah. You're good? Yeah. More people. Okay. Merci. How long you lived here, man?
About all my life.
Okay. What's going on here? I see the news. They're calling it like a Haitian invasion. Is that real? Is that overblown? What are your thoughts?
I mean, the town is full of fucking Haitians.
Yeah. Since when?
The immigrants always been here, but for like the last maybe year, maybe two. I mean, they've been heavy.
Did you notice like an overnight shift?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How did they get here?
Good question.
Really?
Good question. I don't know.
Are there job opportunities out here?
No, I can't find a job to save my life.
How are they getting jobs?
I don't know. They all ride in them things right there.
Those vans right there?
Yeah.
We followed a van and ended up at that food factory.
Yeah, that's where they go.
Okay. You think they're being paid under the table?
I mean, they probably get paid dirt cheap, less than what we would want.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Do they speak English?
Hell no.
No, they don't, right?
No, they don't.
Okay. Do you think this town will be mostly Haitian soon?
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
They're forcing us all out.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's good that they're having stores and everything opened up. But at the end of the day, like.
Bonjour.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. You speak English, French?
How disrespectful is that?
What do you mean? Most people here have spoken French today.
Is that how you walk around?
This is so weird. I haven't watched more than their little interaction because this is a long clip. But he just happened to bump into like woke Pookie.
Probably.
Yeah.
They're forcing us all out.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's good that they're having stores and everything opened up. But at the end of the day, like.
Bonjour.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. You speak English, French?
How disrespectful is that?
What do you mean? Most people here have spoken French today.
Is that how you walk around? Is that how you go to church?
I mean, if the church spoke predominantly French.
You're saying this area
Yeah.
predominantly speaks French. And this is out of all the other people here. I get it. People.
Well, I would say most black people I've talked to today are from Haiti. That's why I said bonjour.
Okay.
I'll be straight up. I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick about it.
Now
Yeah.
that right there is an understandable thought process.
That's me being honest.
But
Yeah.
but that's not respectable.
Oh, you heard.
See
people
and walk up to people and be like, "You speak English? You speak English?"
But I said bonjour.
You don't do that in Pittsburgh.
So he literally said that right there is understandable, but is not respectable. How can both of those things be true at the same time? How is it not respectable, but you understand that very basic thing that he just said to you? Like, everybody I've been talking to seem like they're from Haiti. Like, there's a fucking Haitian neighborhood. You know, they don't have signs up, but there's a lot of Haitians here. What the fuck?
I'm from Pittsburgh.
Okay, I heard.
All right. I'm from like Murraysville, Penn Hills. Where are you from?
Modesto, California.
Okay, so you know nothing about out here.
No, that's the whole point.
Okay, so you're here just trying to stir views.
Mm-mm.
Okay, what's your
I'm trying to see if there's misconceptions here. That's why I'm trying to talk to people. Yeah.
And you think going about it, about walking down the street and seeing people walk by saying bonjour, and it's like, first of all, where we
Talk
at?
to me.
We're in America, right?
That's what I'm saying.
So why are you acting like we're not in America?
Because I from my experience here and in Springfield, everyone spoke French.
Everyone spoke French.
Every
So
black person I talked to, for the most part, spoke
French. I can close my eyes. My next problem is because you're the first that's coming like this.
In what sense?
Original as far as like straight racist saying bonjour.
How was that racist?
Because
what if they said they didn't speak English?
We're in America.
But why don't they speak English then? How's that my problem?
Okay.
Because
When did the word bonjour become a racial slur against niggas, bro? How was bonjour a racial slur? What the fuck, bro?
this is a predominantly white town. The demography has shifted. People have come from Haiti. Those people speak French, and the most of the black people I've talked to here speak French. That was a fair, educated guess.
Now, all of what you said is respectable.
I'm not trying to be
that right there.
Yeah.
That sum up
Okay.
everything you just said.
Sure.
You hit it on the head.
Okay.
I wasn't gonna do a panel tonight because honestly, I could like go to sleep in the next 20 minutes if I really tried to. But I'm up and I'm a little bit buzzed right now. So you guys want to have a panel? You guys want to have a panel? I feel like we could watch this together as a family. You know what I'm saying? Like a troop. You know, like gorillas. You know what I'm saying? We could watch this like a tribe. You guys want to have a panel? Throw $1 in the hat for a panel. Open up the panel, y'all. Panel tax in effect. Panel tax in effect.
No, we're past it.
Okay, but I've already told you my point. Yeah.
We're past it. Okay. But the way you went about it was not respectable. That was not. That's
In
not
what
how
sense?
That's not how we do it. Where you're from, that's not how we do it.
But in Modesto, if I'd say,
you're
I'd
putting
say
a stipulation on everybody. Now, this is my point.
Okay,
I want to
sure.
get across. This is my only issue.
Sure.
And I'm
no, fair. Tell
this
me.
is my only issue
Yeah.
with everybody. I don't have a dog in the fight, right?
Sure.
And I'm American.
But I'm American too, so I do have a dog in the fight.
Okay, so listen,
Yeah.
here past that. Okay, it's not about that. My question is, why are you saying everybody is Haitian? Like you're not even going as far as
I'm
saying,
not.
And I really don't understand what this dude's problem is, right? Because he's not like being aggressive, obnoxious. You know, he's not being threatening in any kind of real way, right? He seems to genuinely have like a gripe, like intellectually, psychologically, something is bothering the fuck out of him. Like that nigga dreadlocks is aggravated right now. That nigga dreads itchy than the motherfucker right now. I don't know what the hell is going on with him. Why are your dreads so itchy, bro? What is it? I don't get it.
You're even now, not you. You're not. Now I'm gonna be honest. You're not.
This is a productive conversation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello. Left side, right side.
Well, what's the official language? Yeah. I mean, there's not an official language in the United States. Majority of black people I've talked to out here speak French. I don't know your background. I don't know their background. They can speak French too. It's unlikely, so I'm not going to waste my breath. I said bonjour. It's not that deep. That's what I would say. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's go past that.
Sure.
Okay. The majority of the newscasters and all these people that's coming around is saying everybody is Haitian.
Well, clearly not, right?
That's the issue with me.
Well, I mean, look around us right now. Do a pan.
I don't have no argument of what's going on.
Sure.
I mean, reality is this is life, guys. You know, I get it, but stop with the games. Stop with the playing the games of the acting like you're blind and you don't see that I'm American and you're bonjouring me. You know, stop with the games.
But what does it mean to be an American anymore, though? It's my fault. There's no answer to that. Are they not American? Are they American? You tell me. I don't know.
Look,
yeah.
I get your job.
Sure. What's my job?
What you're doing.
Okay, but no, genuine question.
Right. But then
they don't speak English.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you believe in God, first of all? What's your religion?
I think there is a God.
Okay, I got for you.
Yeah.
Okay, and I
don't know if I have a specific denomination.
We think the same, right? Maybe.
Let's. I would say I grew up Protestant. Yeah.
Okay.
Why did you bring God into this, by the way? I do not understand that. Shout out to Dennis with the $5 cash app. Thank you so much. That actually came like 30-40 minutes ago, but I was just sitting on it for a while. I was distracted. My bad, Dennis. But shout out to Dennis again with the $3 cash app for opening up the Pana. Guys, please support the show. Keep the Pana alive.
I need that money.
We are accepting Pana donations, y'all. I will drop the link momentarily. Put the put some dollars in the hat for me.
Children.
No children yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the issue, my man.
When they talk to me, I'm open.
Because, you know, how old are you?
24 years old.
I'm double your age. I'm 44.
That's
so
fine.
let me give you some game.
All right.
I probably would be on the same thing you.
I'm bad at math. You know, we established that earlier. I had difficulties adding 4-digit numbers, you know. It is what it is. I will take my licks, you know. I am not so egotistical that I won't let y'all have a few jokes at my expense every now and then because, I did a stupid. But I do know that 44 is not the double of 24. My math is not so bad.
I grew up Protestant. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have children?
No children yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the issue, my man.
When they talk to me, I'm open.
Because, how old are you?
24 years old.
I'm double your age. I'm 44.
That's
so
why
let me give you some game. Real
all right.
I probably would be on the same thing you on right now, as far as if I was in your shoes, to be honest with you, right?
In what sense?
As far as your what you're doing is.
Was I muted? Anyway, like I said, if I don't trust your math, I don't trust your game. Your math is off, so your game is off, bro. Just wanted you to know that. If your math is wrong, I don't want to play your game.
As far as get your money, as far as your whole thing. But at this point in age, check this out. At this point in age, stop with the games.
What's the game? What's the game?
Bonjour and everybody.
Do you speak a second language?
No.
Wait, how the fuck am I supposed to know that? Respectfully, right? And what's the official language of the States? And 8 out of 10 people I talk to that's black out here, they speak French and only French. So I feel like it comes from a reasonable place, right?
I guess.
Like all these niggas is French, bro. Just cause you not the only you the one nigga in this French nigga neighborhood. You acting like these regular niggas. These is from these bonjour niggas, bro. You a what up nigga. If I say what up to you, you're gonna be like, all right. If I say what up to them, they're gonna be like, mon ami, s'il vous plaît, nigga, oui. Those are bonjour niggas, and you a what up nigga. Why you trying to act like you a bonjour nigga?
Yes, we're going in circles, right? We're going in circles with this.
Well, I think you're approaching it from a sign of disrespect.
Right.
But if every white guy in a predominantly black town spoke Italian, and it was known that a massive influx of Italians came to town, and you said, I don't know.
But you don't think that's racist?
No.
Okay, no. All right, pass this. Okay, me and you can go in circles about this. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
What is your out? Let me ask you, what's your outtake as far as what's going on with everybody out here? How are you saying?
I see, as business owners will do whatever it takes to keep their business operating. If their argument is the jobs are low paying enough for no one else will work them, then obviously the jobs will be filled and everyone wants to come to America, work, and make good money.
Yes, no, man. He expected the white man to address him in nigganese. And the white man was like, bonjour. And he was like, nigga, what, cracker? And now they having this moment. This is really weird, bro. This is a really weird moment. The link is in the chat, by the way. If you haven't noticed, I just dropped the link. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. I don't even know why people be watching me sometime because I just feel like I be tripping. I be saying all kind of crazy shit. I'm so retarded, but y'all be watching me, and I love that. So thank y'all for being here, and thank y'all for supporting the show. Thank y'all for donating to the panel. Please support the panel. These niggas about to come in here and act a fool and say all kind of ungodly shit. And the only thing that makes it better is a couple of dollars. So, that's all I get out of this is a couple of dollars.
So it's not surprising that people want to come here. How did they get here is my basic question. Logistically is interesting. And I think due to the political cycle right now, can they vote is another interesting question, given the importance of Pennsylvania. Would someone have a vested interest in getting a lot of people from a different place that need to make money into a swing state to benefit their election? Interesting question. Beyond that, it's also a broader question of assimilation. Can people just be dropped off in a town from a totally different place that speak a language that's not English and live?
Can Haitians just become Americans by being magically transplanted into America? You know what I watched the other night? The old classic Clash of the Titans with like what was that guy's name? Like Mark Hamill or something like that. You know, it was 1984. The 1981, I think it was 1981 because that was the year I was born. But I watched the old Clash of the Titans, and there was a moment in there because I'm not gonna get into the whole Greek drama, but Perseus, there was a moment in the show where they just dropped Perseus off in a whole nother town, like just bloop. The nigga just went to sleep one night and woke up in another town. And I'm like, if you
Was it
do
small
that
town
to
or
a
big
bunch of
town?
Haitians, do they become American?
Was it a big town, small town, Hood?
It was like, it was a Greek town back in the day. It was big enough that they was feeding bitches to sea monsters and shit. I mean, I don't know what the question means, but all I'm saying is they just magically dropped the nigga off in a new town. And I'm asking the question, if they drop a bunch of Haitians off in the middle of America, do they randomly, do they magically become Americans? That's a question. Mr. O, I'm sorry. I wanted some kind of some back and forth with that. I wanted a little bit of repartee here. But if you just drop a bunch of Haitians off in Chicago, do they become Chicagoans, Mr. O? This nigga must be at work. You know what? That nigga must have a real life too. Let me give him some grace. Niggas be having lives and shit. But it is kind of the question, right? And I'm reminded of American Gangs of America. No, Gangs of New York. That's what it was called. Gangs of New York, right? Yeah. Mr. O just dropped off. Niggas be having real lives and shit. Niggas don't be paying already all the time. Anyway, Gangs of New York. Bill the Butcher. Bill the Butcher was an interesting sort of feller. Because on the one hand, if you just sort of watch the movie straight up the way it's presented, Bill the Butcher almost comes off as the bad guy, right? And to be fair, I would never consider him a quote good guy because it's a little bit disrespectful to the idea of good. But there's good and then there's necessary, right? And Bill the Butcher, he seems to represent something like necessary.
How old are you, Amsterdam?
It's a great movie, by the way.
Never did figure it.
I don't know that a lot of even modern, white Americans, the liberals and the wokes and the gons. I don't know that a lot of Americans really appreciate what it takes to be American. And I'm not talking about in a modern sense either. I mean, what it takes to create America therefore be American, like what it takes to even be us before you got here in 2024. Like this shit didn't just happen because a bunch of nice people got together and they just behaved nicely all the fucking time. Blood, sweat, and tears, nigga.
I'm 47. 47 years old. You know how I stayed alive this long? All these years? Fear.
That's some fucking diversity for you, Hood.
Man, I love this damn movie, man. Actually, there's some parts in it when I first watched it, I was like laughing, and apparently, you're not meant to laugh at some of those parts.
I don't think that you're supposed to laugh at any of this movie. Hood, I don't know if you were speaking, but nobody hears anything coming out of your mouth if you are. Okay.
I was speaking and I was muted up. I was muted up so much. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Well,
But
that's why we
I said
took the dead air over for you, man. You covered it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. See, listen. You know what I said when I was muted? Shout out to the classic American white man. Fear is what kept them in line, and that's when you started talking, Snowman. By the way, perfect timing. But shout out to the classic American white man. Fear is what kept them in line, and diversity is what's killing America. And that's not to say that there is no place in America for black people. And if there's not, then fuck it, kill me now. I'll fight you all, nigga. But at the same time, fuck the rest of these new niggas. I have a simple mind about this sort of thing. I am an American, and it's going to take death to remove me.
Hey, one thing about the past though, if you really wanted something done, you had to put in your own work. One, and then two, you you know what I'm saying. You had to actually really get down. So ain't no sipping lattes and pointing to somebody else to do the work.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
that's because
Hey, Snowman, hold on, Snowman. No, I gotta give this to you directly because I just got a $50 cash app from Anunnaki, the one who says, "Fuck you, angry snowman, you pig squealing infidel." I don't know what that's about,
dude. That is my. Dude.
I don't know what that's about.
What's
but,
up, sheep?
But
what's up, sheep?
That was directed toward you.
What's up, sheep fucker? That's my dude.
Okay,
man.
So the pig fucker, and the all right. So the sheep fucker and the pig fucker have some kind of weird friendship beef. You guys got you guys are frenemies.
Yeah, dude, we go all the way back to Mo's channel from when I first got on YouTube, like way back.
What the fucking hell?
Yeah, man. Me and him found you about the same time, dude.
I bring all the worst white people together, don't I?
I mean, you literally brought a dude that fucking fled Iran or Iraq. No, I think it's Iraq is where he's from.
We're the whites. Nobody ever cares if bad things happen to us anymore.
Look, and white, stop bitching and complaining about shit that's happening to you. Just fucking deal with it. Bunch of motherfuckers.
Go back to fear and respect, god damn it.
For the love of God. No, what's up, Anu? He's a good dude, man. I've talked to him quite a few times, man. He's told me and the wife stories about where he grew up over in Iraq, man, and what it's really like to grow up under oppression and dictatorial rule.
Well, I mean, listen, shout out to that. I want to get back to this clip of Bill in a second because I do like this whole Gangs of New York storyline.
This is one of the best. This is one of the best dialogues in cinematic history delivered by Daniel Day-Lewis, man. Let's go ahead and play it, man. I love this shit.
Well, it's great. It's great. No, we're going to talk for just a second because actually I got to step away for a hot minute. But I wanted to say this before you guys started talking again. There is something that needs to be recaptured. There is a certain American spirit that seems to be lost or whatever.
That's what I was earlier, dude, for real.
We can't be
spirit's gone.
We can't be the men of 18 whatever year this was. It's right before. This is actually during the Civil War technically, but we can't be those men because any more than we can be our fathers, right? It just is what it is, right? At the same time, we have to be something like that. We have to kind of keep that spirit alive. We have to keep moving in that direction. Otherwise, what are the options? Because if we can't be Americans, if America dies, if America ceases to exist, then what, right? If we can't be this, then what?
Hood, how old are you?
42.
Okay, so you're right up there with me, man. Did you ever think
I'm youngish, but I'm old?
Right. Did you ever think in your 42 years on this earth that you would see it being considered un-American to be patriotic and have love for your country?
Straight white men, and by extension, straight black men, low key, are really the persona non grata of the new America. Because if you actually believe in the things that straight men tend to believe in, you are not welcome in most of modern America.
Well, I
And
mean,
that's just the way it is.
well, they,
Shout out to you, Hype, with the $10 cash app, with the migrants taking the money. No more money for you, bro. No more money for nobody. How about that? North Carolina, I hate to say this to you guys, North Carolina, no more money for you.
No more money for you. It's lazy. You lazy. You lazy. No more money for you.
I'm sorry, North Carolina. That wasn't me. The Mexicans called you lazy. That was not me, North Carolina. Okay, I'm sorry.
You're lying. Like,
you are lying.
As soon as you said North Carolina, man, I had the word association, and I just started thinking about Petey Pablo singing. I don't know, that's just where my mind went just now.
What they're doing with that money is basically exactly what they wanted to do with that omnibus bipartisan border security bill. Aside from sending 60 billion of it, half of it to Ukraine and another 20 billion to fund the war in the Middle East.
Yeah, they were going to give pennies to go to quote unquote border security. It was going to be the most secure border, whatever. But
Well,
then
it wasn't even going to stop people from coming in. It was just going to put them on a fast track to approve it. Somebody told me that Tim Pool was talking about that recently, so I went there and clipped it.
Yeah, man, like, and you know what's funny, man? For so many people that don't pay attention, the devil is in the details. And there's far too many people not paying attention to the details, like a la Young Scrappy, talking about, oh, I'm gonna vote for her because I'm like, he's like, he don't care, and we just gonna see if it works out or not. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard another grown man say in a long time.
If anybody had just went and looked at the $120 billion omnibus spending package they had that was called the border security bill, they would have seen right away that half of it was going to Ukraine, more than half of it funding foreign wars. And if you look at the details in the allotment for the monies in the mere 20 billion that they designated for the American border security, they'd have seen that it's not actually trying to stop people from coming in. They just needed more staff to process people that were coming in.
Yep. And God forbid something happen. God forbid something happen, man.
I want to get back to this speech here.
The spectacle of fearsome acts. Somebody steals from me, I cut off his hands. He offends me, I cut out his tongue. He rises against me, I cut off his head, stick it on a pike. Raise it high up so all on the streets can see. That's what preserves the order of things.
Bullying works.
Yes.
We bullied Lizzo back onto the treadmill, by the way. And I like that for her. I love that for her. I think she looks good on the treadmill. The bitch still fat, but she looks better on the treadmill, and I swear to God.
Hey,
man,
fat bitches running always look sexier than fat bitches eating.
I think South Park was the coup de grace for her, man.
Oh yeah, once Alex Stone and once Man and Alex gets you, yeah, you gonna have to change your life. No, I think Family Guy got her too. So you know what I'm saying? What's her name? Stephanie McFarland too. Yup.
Yeah, but the same people that held Lizzo up as the new beauty standard are the same people in magazines telling me that eating healthy may not be the best thing. I'm like, they want you fat, they want you dumb, they want your kids to hate you, while they're changing their gender, and like it's all demoralize you, all of it.
That's
Every
what's
little
been
bit.
happening we haven't even noticed it because it's been happening since like the 80s or the 70s, but the demoralization it's at peak levels now, so it's hard to not notice if you kind of if you're sort of at a certain level, like you can pay attention and pattern recognize and all that. But it's definitely a heavy amount of demoralization. I want to read this comment real quick. Dr. Fourth Wall, what's good? Dr. Fourth Wall in the chat says, yo, dude, I'm glad I found you. I'm a fan of Undead Chronic, and I've been a 20-year-old red pill male because of y'all. I was able to turn my life around for the better. And I would probably give more of that credit to Undead than myself, perhaps, because I'm not quote a red pill content creator in that sense, but I do swim in those waters, and I'm friendly with Undead. I've been over to the channel a couple times. Shout out to Undead Chronic, by the way. But I want to say this because that comment got me thinking about something. I was over on Izzy's today, right? Izzy.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And listen, I wasn't going to bring this up, and I'll probably talk about it tomorrow. I think I got some time off now. But I was going to talk about this tomorrow.
No, you brought it up, so now you got to bring it to the table.
No, we're not going to go that far. But I just want to mention this because I think I was severely misunderstood because I tend to take a harder line, and I'll even troll on that hard line too, and then that'll get you misunderstood perhaps. But I tend to take a harder line than a lot of guys who would consider themselves even a little bit red pill or whatnot. And I pointed out something over there on that channel. And it was a funny moment. Like, yeah, niggas. Anyway, listen, I'm not a liar, and I feel like they call me a liar. And so tomorrow, if I get a chance, I'm going to review the show that happened today and my part on it. You can go back to Izzy's channel if it's still up and watch that shit yourselves. If it's still up, I'll review it.
You caused motherfuckers to glitch out and not even realize they glitched out, didn't you?
I did, because I'm listening to what's being said, and I'm like, man, y'all niggas just trying to help these bitches, and I don't know why you keep talking shit about niggas when all you want to do is help these bitches. That shit ain't right. But anyway, we're gonna talk about that tomorrow. Bro, because that shit was weird.
Oh man!
But shout out to Dr. Fourth Wall, man, because listen, the red pill does get men's minds right. It's better than what the guys who are against the red pill would offer. Let's put it that way. It's more for the modern world.
You know what's interesting about that hood? Like all the modern sensibilities, right? Not just the red pill stuff, but like they cannot point to an example that you should do. And if they do point to example, of the quote unquote new thing that you should point to as the example that you should follow, they give you like a Tim Walls.
Bro, my nigga, listen. For 2 days now, I've been kind of having a little conversation with Izzy. Hey, listen, you guys know how I am. I don't be starting beefs and weird shit like that. But I've been having this conversation with Izzy for the last 2 days.
It's kind of hard not to start a beef with a retard, though.
Well, it takes skill and technique, and I've honed the skill over years, bro. I be in the gorilla pit, like what's up? But it's like this, bro. We're having this conversation from yesterday, and I realized like dudes are coming at things a certain kind of way, but being really vague about something. And so I'm calling out the vagary, and then when I point out that y'all not really being specific, this shit like romanticism and poetry for real is not a real concrete thing you giving. They get mad at me for pointing out that shit, and that's when we be having problems. But we're gonna talk about this shit tomorrow.
I mean, it's true though. You see it in all elements. Like look in the political realm, right? You have one candidate that's all smoke and mirrors, and you got the other one that's very direct. And this is not a time where we need leaders to be like all vague and vibes only. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just going to let Hood go ahead and be great tomorrow because it sounds like it's going to be fun.
Nah, because it was like I was listening to the shit, and then it got to a moment where, like, you know what? I'm just gonna shut the fuck up because I was working technically, and I wasn't trying to like focus on two different things. So I was like, "Fuck this pedal."
Well, what do you do?
I'm listening to these things.
What do you do when you're trying to make a point and motherfuckers are too stupid to realize that they are the point?
That right there, you have to find the comedic hook. Because I mean, listen, above all else, I do consider myself at least a little bit funny. and I try to make people laugh because I think I can do that to some degree without, making a buffoon of myself.
I agree.
And I try to find the joke in it all, because there, like I said, I used to think life was a tragedy, and then I realized it was comedy, and so now I try to find the jokes that we can all laugh at.
Right. Hey, dude, you are actually funny. I think that's why you're the only person I know of that can get thrown off of as many panels as you've been thrown off of, and then be invited right back on the next day.
People don't even be realizing some shit. Then I played it out, and it just creates these awkward moments and shit.
Right. You bask in glory when you get that awkward silence where nobody knows what to say. You're back there muted, fucking laughing your ass off, aren't you?
You know what's interesting, man? Like you and SKC have like kind of similar like outcomes, like when it comes to like that kind of deal, because you're not like just so obnoxious, and you can be the protagonist and be the bad guy of that universe, but like when it's all said and done, they do want you back.
This is why I was giving SKC props the other day, because I listen and I do try to like study, and self-criticism is a rough thing perhaps, but I try to criticize myself, and I accept that I can't do certain things, that I'm good at certain things, and I can be better at certain things or whatever. And so I just apply things, and I listen to how SKC approaches shit, and I'm like, that's the way. And so I took pointers from how he approached it and added it to just how I naturally see things, and it's a fit, and it's worked in a lot of ways. I can create. And this is why I was saying in Freeman's Journal, like, I figured out a way to create content like this now, because talking to people is content. And it's the simplest content, because it's basically like traditional radio, right? Like what we're doing right now, minus the visuals, traditional radio, but we do get to play videos here and there. That's what makes it the modernity of it, and it's all cool in that we can have the interaction and everything. But it's a very old school format. If you can be interesting talking to people, it's valuable in and of itself from like a production standpoint. And so I honed my skill a little bit further listening to how SKC was able to pull out moments from people by not going too far. And I think I did have a tendency to go too far before.
See, I'm trying to learn how to go just far enough. I haven't went too far yet. I'm trying to go just far enough. You know what I'm saying? Without
go too far and then pull yourself back in. That's what I did anyway. But I want to get back to the clip.
Fear. That one tonight. Who was he? Nobody. A coward.
What an ignominious end that would have been.
I killed the last honorable man 15 years ago. Since then, you seen his porch from downstairs?
Think about that.
That is an interesting. Yeah, I'm listening. Hold on for a second, because I'm with you. I'm thinking about it, and we're going to talk about it. I killed the last honorable man 15 years ago. There's a duality that needs to be considered in that moment, because right now, on your sort of your vicious rise to power, right? You have to kill whatever man may be in your way. That's just the nature of the beast. However, this is why when it really comes down to it, is as much affinity as I may have for like, hood nigga, pookie, whatever, street shit, all that shit, because, I am who I am, and I can't undo anything. But if I had to really judge and place a bet and choose where I wanted to side, I side with law and order, right? Because I know what it's like to live in the world where the last honorable man died 15 years ago, right? And that's not a world you want to live in when you love your children.
No, it ain't. Then on the other side, look at it like this too. Look, from the way if you look at it from his standpoint, he sees it as he's the last of his kind. You know, if the last honorable man he killed was 15 years ago, there's nobody like him left anymore. All of his kind are gone, and he's the last.
Well, he don't see himself as
Something
an
like that.
honorable man though.
There you go.
The
I don't
Butcher's
think he
character.
sees that right.
Well, it depends.
No, finish. No, Hype. I cut you off. But I was agreeing with you, True Hype. I don't think he sees it that way. But finish your point.
Yeah, he don't see himself as an honorable man. Like old boy, he actually values that. I love the deal right here because it shows like the depth. And then Leonardo DiCaprio still wants revenge, but he's like, damn, he actually finds a respect for this guy that he's supposed to be getting revenge on.
Well, wouldn't you say that what you just stated about the guy, that in and of itself makes him an honorable man, that he stays?
No. He's just a man that understands like there's certain things that you have to abide by being a man in general. That's like, you know, like the honor amongst thieves. You're still a thief.
Right.
You just don't snitch on the other.
If he saw himself as honorable in the way he said the honorable man was dead 15 years ago, he wouldn't have called him dead, right? I'm the last honorable man, right? It's a little bit egotistical, perhaps, but if he sees himself as honorable, then the last honorable man wouldn't be dead 15 years ago either way.
Or he would have said something to the tune of like, "There's only a few honorable men left, and like, you know, I killed one of them." You know what I'm saying?
Fair enough.
He's the Machiavellian man.
Is your mouth all glued up with coney juice? I asked you a question.
I said I seen it, sir.
Oh, you got a murderous reason. I like it. Oh, it's life. Boiling up inside of you is good.
You know, one other thing about this whole movie, really, and I joke about this a lot, but it does kind of represent what I laugh at, those that white on white ethnic European racism. This is a little bit of that playing out here, right? Because you know you got this Irish guy who's Leonardo DiCaprio. He's an Irish immigrant, and him being Irish per se isn't necessarily the thing, but it's just the fact that you're not an American.
Correct.
And it's like, who the fuck are these guys coming over here? And it's a thing about white people that I don't think black people really appreciate, right? It kind of dispels the whole white unity idea. There was never white unity. There was always white drama. America exists because white people don't really like each other like that.
Yeah, man. Like if
racism is the purest form of racism there is, dude.
Hey, if
White
anything,
racism is the purest form of racism there is. Oh my god, phrases I can't put on the t-shirt.
that's crazy. But if you look at Hatfields and McCoys, man, that's the best way of describing or showing like the Americans. I mean, they were close enough to like the Europeans or whatever to, you know, still know their people and all that stuff. So they carry the same exact tribal kind of things.
Well, the Hatfields and the McCoys were Irish, I believe.
Yeah. But I mean, saying they had been over here for a minute, right?
Yeah, by the time that feud started, the feud was all over something stupid, a pig and a fucking girl.
Yeah, like and you know, like I think it started with like a low lying resentment because of the war, something that happened when they were at war together, like the two of the patriarchs of the family.
Yeah,
and then when it spilled over,
old man McCoy was like basically considered a deserter.
yeah, and when it spilled over with the other thing, it just made it worse, and then they just kept on. They just went back and forth. That shit is brilliant, though, man.
The bloodshed didn't happen until like the pig thing, and then the kids got married. They had like the little Romeo and Juliet. The Hatfield and McCoy story is actually like dope Americana, just in terms of stories or whatever. Dude. But it was wild,
bro. The fucking stupid cunt I have my middle kids with, man. She's related to both the Hatfields and McCoys.
I remember you said something about that before, yeah.
Yeah, I can see that, man. Just like, you know,
like her grandma used to tell them stories about shit down there because she was alive back when all that was going on.
like pent up resentment or whatever, and not letting nothing go. Yeah, I could see, somebody
And
like
you
that
know,
not being very pleasant.
the thing I'm thinking about right now, like, because we were looking at North Carolina earlier today, and Appalachia is where most of America's fighting men come from traditionally. Just look into it, right? Like, Appalachia produces all of our big square jawed white boy soldiers for all the wars and shit. And I don't think the Appalachians are happy right now. I think Appalachia is going to be pissed for a long
What?
time,
Well,
and
well,
who knows how out.
my bad. Like the whole state of Tennessee in World War II sent the most volunteers. Yeah, let me just point that out.
The volunteer state. I mean, it's in the title that they got rep for that shit. And all I'm thinking about is like in the long term, it seems like a big chunk of Tennessee, North Carolina rather, a big chunk of North Carolina got wiped away, and the resentment isn't going to go away. And not only is the resentment not going to go away, Democrats are ill-equipped to deal with things like resentment. They don't really understand why people are upset with them. The best they'll do is call them racist, which will only make it worse.
I don't think that it's that I honestly think it's they don't care, dude. It's not about understanding. It's they don't care.
Well, they think they don't care until something pop
Well,
off.
no. Because they don't care, they can't understand the people. I think the two things are connected in that exact way. So we were on the same page, though. Because they don't care, they can't think about it like the men's issues, right? Because Democrats don't truly care about men as like individuals, they don't really care about men's issues. And this is why it's almost impossible to have men's issues even spoken about properly on the Democrat side. But that same concept is now going to be applied to like, North Carolina and generally the Appalachians, all the flood areas, because it's the same concept as with men, right?
We're the whites. Nobody ever cares if bad things happen to us anymore.
I mean, really though, isn't it the same criticism you could say for all of flyover country?
Yes, but more critical with this disaster.
Because sprinkled in there is some classism.
Yes.
Well, look, this is going to be worse than Katrina. All right, even with the response and shit, and now on top
It's like Mountain Katrina, Snowman. Think about that. Katrina up in the mountains, the Great Smoky Mountains or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, once the
crazy
damage,
part is that
devastation. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, no, the crazy part is that this is going to be probably something for the future that they could just wipe you off the map or do all sorts of things to you, and they could hide it in the news and or lightly to report on it, and it's probably going to be something that's going to happen more frequently. I mean, when you think about it, like they're already telling them straight to their face that they don't have any money for them. Like they're denying some people to help. You know, it's
And then
just
look,
signs
now,
of the
now we're
times,
here.
I guess.
I keep hearing stories about lithium deposits and all that. You know how valuable lithium is right now, and I'm like, see, is this shit starting to look like a giant scheme? Now
Where
it has people
Like Hawaii.
questioning the nature of hurricanes, bro. Like, was that a natural hurricane or was that a CIA hurricane?
Oh no, like was it last week? Or when was it? Like I want to say like the day after, like maybe day 2 or day 3. George Bush weather machine was trending. I was like, oh my god,
I'm
man.
sure then Harp
That's
should have
all
been
I'm saying,
screaming.
bro. I don't know
Wait, no,
anything.
there was a NASA experiment where they were making clouds and making it
No,
rain by I
like
guess superheating some
that's
rivers
no
or
longer
something like that.
that's no longer experiment anymore. You remember Dubai or yeah, I think it was Dubai where they did too much cloud seeding and they got all that rain earlier this year. It's actually like a way of doing things or whatever. The rocket
The
engine, ended up
The
like,
existence, bro.
yeah, go
hold
ahead.
on, hold on. No, real quick. The existence of the phrase cloud seeding is in and of itself
That's been around
acknowledgement
for a while.
of weather manipulation. And once you accept that we can and have been and will continue to manipulate the weather, you can only imagine, because we don't know for a fact. You know the thing about military tech, like every civilian tech is like 50 years behind military tech is what they say. But if they can manipulate the weather, we understand that on a civilian level, cloud seeding is there, right? So what can they do on a secret intelligence level? Like, what's the black ops capabilities when it comes to something like this? Like, who really knows, right? Are we causing earthquakes in the mountains of faraway countries? Did we just direct a hurricane into the country, into a part of the country that never
Saudi
gets
Arabia.
hurricane?
Remember Saudi Arabia had like record floods, and they were saying that they were going to make it rain, and they fucked it up. They had flooding
Bro,
and crickets everywhere. They had flowers blooming.
it's wild, bro. Like, who knows what is actually true anymore? And that in and of itself is also a part of the plan. Like, we make everything so confusing, nobody knows what's real, right? But it does seem like a lot
Order out
of
of
weird.
chaos.
Right. That's what eventually would come, right? But it does seem like a lot of things are just happening in weird ways, right? Like, why are we so slow in this hurricane response, right? It just
Well, I
seems
mean,
like is
I
it
mean,
maliciousness or is it incompetence, right?
it's a combination of the two, but I think it's enough maliciousness to where it's a little nasty
Or,
too.
are
What
any
if
of
the
y'all
people
in
are
the path of
incompetent
that
and
hurricane?
malicious? I'm sorry, you got it. Go ahead.
It's not a.
Hi, I'm Sasquatch.
Yeah, I hear you, Sasquatch. You got it, bro.
Were any of y'all in the path of that hurricane? Did y'all experience it?
I did not. I'm up in the Northeast. I'm actually in Jersey right now, and so
Good
it
deal.
was popular for me.
The last hurricane we had come through here that was anything like that was Ivan, but it came from a different direction. And so the path wasn't nearly as destructive because most of the areas that it came over were farm areas. In this case, the way it come up through the panhandle like that impacted what, 5 major interstates. It flooded North Georgia out like has never been seen before. They say in over a century, but that's not true. It's never actually been witnessed. Nothing like this. Not there.
Yeah,
Same
that's
thing
why
in
they're
North
saying
Carolina.
biblical, right? That's why they're
Right.
saying biblical.
Dude, I was here when the eye wall went right over my town, and I was talking to my wife. I was like, we're sitting there in the dark because power had done gone out. I looked over at my wife. I said, you know what's amazing about these things? Because we're so close to the eye wall, in a few minutes, maybe an hour, it's going to be like somebody turned off a light, and we're going to have about an hour of peace, and then we're going to have to do it all over again. And I didn't even get it out of my mouth when suddenly the wind stopped, the rain stopped, and you could see stars outside. 45 minutes later, the wind picked back up. It started tearing all kinds of crap up again. I was trapped on my block for 2 days.
Damn.
What part of
I have
I don't
four-wheel
want you to
drive,
dock
bro.
yourself, but what part of North Carolina are you from, if you want to
I'm
say?
not in North Carolina. I'm in Georgia. It came right across the
Georgia.
top of it before it got up there. Yeah. I'm in what's
All right.
called the Piedmont region, or possibly Fall Line.
Wow.
Right. So I'm the foothills between the mountains and the plains out in the coast.
Let me ask you about something real quick. Because and this is just a general question, but I saw in North Carolina somewhere a dam has burst, and now when a dam bursts, it seems like that's a regional geographic change, right? And so I want to ask you, as somebody who's kind of on the ground, what do you see as far as things that can't really be recovered from? Because it seems like things are never going to go back to the way they were.
Well, this is a really weird experience here. For one thing, where I live, I was exceptionally lucky. In my small town, I lived between the police department, the banks, and the hospital. And so they got my lights on within, 3 days. I know people in my county here that have not had power since the night of the storm and do not look to be having power in the next week or so. We've got line crews here from Rhode Island. We've got crews here from Indiana, Kansas. We've got crews from all over the Southeast for sure and farther out. And they're making progress. They're doing the work. But the thing is, millions and millions of trees are down.
Oh man.
Because of there was a weird thing about this storm that I've never seen before. You could have a line of
Millions of trees?
Multiple millions. I decided to go out to my pops yesterday, and I had to take 2 or 3 different tries to get out there. We're what, a week and a half past the storm? Major highways still blocked.
That's crazy.
That's nuts, right?
Yeah, one thing I did hear also
right, because
is that
I asked like what kind of like permanent damage kind of things are happening, and I can't really millions of trees. I didn't think that would be the answer, but that's a hell of a thing to think about. Like that's a whole region that's like a different type of region now.
Well,
from an
there's
ecological standpoint, it's a different type of region now.
Yeah, think about what it's like to go down a road with one down tree. Now multiply that by millions.
Well, let me tell you, bro. I had a friend of mine call me from Thompson, and she got phone. So she walked like 2.5 miles and managed to get phone service. And she texted everybody she knew that might be able to help her because she was trapped in Thompson in the middle of town with no power, and they turned off the water, and they started giving water out at the school and at the courthouse, and they were doing like barbecues out at the square. She just moved there like a couple of months ago. She doesn't know anyone there, right? So she managed to send out a handful of texts, and that was it. It was just like, I'm stuck with no lights, no power, no power, no internet, and no water, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I got in my 4-wheel drive. It's a 50-minute drive according to Google Maps. It took me an hour and a half to get there, and I know these roads. So when I hit something,
is it true that a lot of the houses that were damaged, they weren't insured?
Probably.
That a lot of people's houses that got destroyed weren't insured.
Who needs flood insurance in the mountains, bro?
Yeah, because it kind of reminds me of like what happened in Hawaii.
Well,
I know. It kind of reminds me of Hawaii. They wanted to buy their land, I guess, and they weren't selling. No, I know, but in Hawaii, they were trying to buy their land, but they couldn't. And then the fires happened, and out of nowhere, they started ravaging all those places, started getting vultures in there. So I'm wondering if the same thing. Hood was saying something about mineral deposits there. Mines, I guess, and such now.
Well, that's why the Wabbit is here.
Well, they've been having like I have no
idea.
They've been having some legal court battles about the mineral, like rare earth mineral rights. Lithium, I heard, is one of them.
Yeah, outside of Asheville on one side is lithium, and like up in, I guess it's like Spruce Grove, one of that little town. There's a huge quartz deposit, and it's been a legal battle going back and forth. But we all know that anytime something like this goes on, they spin up the good old heart machine, and these freak storms come out of nowhere. Man playing God and all that.
Yeah, I've heard that they could. I don't know if they could create them out of thin air, but I know they could probably direct them or exacerbate them by heating up the air. If there's a cold front coming in and it's already forming, they could probably make it bigger and bigger. I don't know if that was the case or not, but
well, back in, I don't know when, it was like the 30s or 40s, and this is like you can Google it, but you got to go down like to the 15th page of Google to find it. The first time they were able to successfully see the hurricane, it was off the coast of like the Bahamas or something like that. And they seeded it, and the hurricane made a beeline for this like South Carolina coast.
Yeah,
as soon as they did it, and they like killed like thousands of people, and the government was sued.
Trey, they put dry ice in it, trying to do something with the moisture or whatever, like basically experiment, and it hooked like rapidly.
But now they've perfected it to where they can control them and all that. But that's just me. I don't want to get you scream, yank for. Can we talk about weather modification?
The weather is really racist.
Well, hey, when I
didn't ask you to do any of that. Let's not.
When I saw Evil Wabbit come up, I knew we were going to hear about HARP. I knew we were going to hear
Right.
about Hart.
Let's not
I have
reveal too many government secrets, y'all.
I have
I don't
the
want to get into
bougiest
it from
hurricane
the
survival
black.
story in history. It is so bougie, it's so silly. I was gearing up to go camping before, I was gearing up to go camping before all of this, and so I had a little bit of stuff put up in my oh shit closet in there, and I let it go for 24 hours to kind of get a feel of exactly how long we were going to be under the gun, so to speak. And my wife's over here having a bit of a freak out. I gathered up all my kids, brought them here because I'm in a brick house and all that. I'm on top of the hill. There's no flooding going to happen here. The worst we got to worry about is a tree falling on us, and that's totally possible. But after everything had settled down, I looked at my wife and I was like, you know, it'd make all this better. Hot chocolate. Let's make some hot chocolate. She's like, how are you going to make hot chocolate? We don't have any power. I said, no, but we got about 18,000 tons of wood in the yard.
But you know what, I'll tell you this crazy, man, and like, you know, my company is, you know, a huge, like one of the biggest like freight truck movers in the US and like all of North America. And for some reason, about a week before the hurricane, they were sending all the drivers out to like our Charlotte terminals. We got one down near Charlotte and one up in Statesville, right near Statesville, right off of 40. And they were trying to send everybody there. But I went up to Montreal and I took a load out of Montreal heading back to Kansas City. And they were trying to send me there in the middle of it. And I called them. I'm like, what are y'all doing? And they're like, oops, our bad. Yeah, we'll bring you back to San Antonio. But
Trey, you know it was crazy. You know it's crazy because at the same time, this trucker strike. I mean, not trucker. The port strike was coming, right? And so at the same time, you had people trying to do last minute moves and get stuff secured before the strike really went in. And so I kind of understand why that would have been a thing. Like, all right, they want to get their last minute shit done before they actually had the strike because we got a world class, like a world history level storm. And now the ports want to close at the same time, like all the East Coast ports. It's not like one or two little things.
But here's the crazy part, bro. When my unit knew this, I was in Plattsburgh, New York, and the storm was just making landfall in Tampa. How did my company know where it was going to move all those trucks?
I got another question.
Somebody got a tap on the shoulder.
We got a line of stores around here called Jets, and most Jets are open 24/7. Not all of them. There's a bunch in like little towns and stuff that aren't open 24 hours, but most of them are. Our local Jet, all of them shut down 12 hours before the storm. And I mean, that's before it made landfall. So they were closed almost 24 hours before it actually got here. But that's not all. Almost every single business that is a corporation attached shut down. And they didn't just shut down. Some of them removed products from the shelves. And I don't know what they did with them, but they just took stuff down. There was a point here right after all of that blew through, and I finally got, it was a couple of days after the storm, I guess. I'd managed to get off the blocks. So it's a minute. They had a generator and they were accepting cash only trade, right? When I get there a couple hours after opening, the place isn't open. It is being mobbed by people who are losing their minds. And I went to school. I live here. It's a small town. I live here. I know these people outside. I know the people that work inside. I walked up, looked at the folks inside, thought about it for a second, and went around behind the store and found a guy standing at the back door with the back door open, unloading stuff off a truck. And I was like, well, that's interesting. Apparently a truck came through, and he's like, nah, the truck didn't make it in. This truck's been here. We just haven't unloaded it yet. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, what's the problem? They're like, we're trying to stock the shelves, but we only have 3 people who could come in. I was like, so what do you need? He's like, it would really help if I had about 10 trustworthy people that I could get to unload the truck and unload the back end of the store and put things on the shelves. It doesn't matter how neat it is. It just needs to get out, and I'll open. I said, okay. And I went back around front, grabbed a couple of guys that I knew. We went back around back, and there's a whole crowd of cops there. Like that, like poof. And we talked about it for a second. He took everybody's name off their IDs and stuff, and they all went in and stocked the store and then came back out back door, and they locked it up, went back around and unlocked the doors and started letting people in groups of 10. But it wasn't that they only let 10 in. They let 10 in and then another 10, kind of keeping them spread out enough that it didn't cause a mob, right? It's wild, man. It is wild. It's like it's like Fallout with gas stations. It's a
Freeman's Journal. Thank
post-apocalyptic
you.
wasteland.
Look, speaking of post-apocalyptic, I mean, this is actually apocalyptic right here. North Carolina actually has post-apocalyptic conditions right now. I want you to look at something. Freeman's Journal, thank you for giving us this link. You just shared a video with us that shows some before and after images, right? I think this is there's like a really popular lake somewhere in North Carolina that a lot of people love to go to, and this, I think, is that lake. It's some L name. I don't know the name of it. I'm not from there, but this is just look at this. Just look at this. So before, after. I want to just take a look at this really quickly.
So there's a layer here most people don't consider. All the fish in that lake are dead now.
Definitely. All the wildlife are dead. They've all been displaced. Because if any wildlife that lived in this lake, whatever fish lived in there, whatever other wildlife besides fish, salamanders, anything that lived there, literally got pushed away by the water, right? It just got
either that or the mud suffocated them. The diesel fuel that was in all the boats up and down the river, probably all of that stuff in there. It's all in there now. There's houseboats. There's bodies.
Bro, I didn't even think about
not only that, but the majority,
right? the boats and the houseboats and such, right?
Look, the majority of our logistics in the side of the United States deals with the water system through barges. So we got to clear out all that stuff before we're able to move stuff back. I don't think people really understand how bad it is. You know, you can't really be messing with the water system because that's how we get fertilizer. No,
hold on,
I know,
that's
but
a
all the
lake.
water,
That's
the
not
rivers
even,
and bridges.
Think about the difficulty beyond. If it's a river on a major waterway, most rivers are connected to other bodies, bigger bodies of water, so you can travel to them on the water technically. But this is a lake in the mountains. How do you get to that? It makes it even that more difficult. That's kind of why I sort of separated the idea.
You don't
Just
Hood.
the water system.
You seen that major bridge on the I-40? You see that major bridge on the I-40 basically washed away?
Yeah, man. I tell you, even going through there, and the crazy part is, I just went through there like 2 weeks before this happened, and they were doing construction on all the bridges. All the bridges up near Black Mountain and all through like between Asheville and like the Tennessee border, they were working on all of them. Were they working on them? Kind of like, the Trade Center before 9/11? You know what I'm saying?
I got something for that.
Bro. Because as I understand, like there are rumors that there are plans to not even do a complete like demolition and cleanup because they just want to condemn certain towns because like it's just too much.
I think they said something about rezoning after a natural disaster. Like if you can't rebuild it because it's not worth it because it's going to keep happening. So it might just be a land grab too. That's one aspect of it.
Yeah, but I'm like this hadn't happened. This hadn't happened ever. And unless you can say, okay, this is going to happen every so often, that makes no sense. Like as far as like saying, oh, it's going to happen again.
Look at this area really quickly. This is some kind of fairgrounds, like obviously like little, what do you call it, carnival rides and whatnot right here. Just look at this one area. Boom.
Yep.
Carnival dead. Carnival gone, bro.
Yeah, it's the thing is, it's the Rock, right? They're gonna have to remake the entire area because I saw another video. This guy, it was a flat area in between the mountains where you have homes and everything, but it was just a field. It was just a field of rock. And these guys like, yeah, this is like 5 or 6 feet deep, right? And he's like, yeah, their houses used to be here and everything, and now it's just a rock bed. So it's like it is major excavation after major excavation. Like you can't, because they can't even get to this. Like what you're seeing, they can't get any heavy equipment here. You know what I mean? It's going to be a piece by piece project. I mean,
We had a guy up here. He happened to be working on a place out of town with some of his heavy equipment. He had 3 or 4 different things out there. And so he had put everything up on top of hills and ducked it all down to trailers before the storm. He took his truck to the end of the nearest road he could get to and walked several miles to get into his heavy equipment. He used it to clear the road to get out, and then got some people to go drive the other equipment so that they could clear the rest of the roads in that area. That was not government. That was not any industry. That was some random dude with a chainsaw and a plan.
We got a government, but
Hey,
hey, Hood, man, check your email, man. I sent you some rabbit hole fun about what happened on September 26, 1958,
hey,
66 years ago, and 6 months or 6 days or something.
hey, allegedly, they had like a group of people with like 100 chainsaws that they had donated that they wanted to give to the people in these areas or whatever, so they could start working on their own. And allegedly, FEMA tried to take the stuff, tried to seize it.
$750.
That's a whole that's a whole nother drama. Hold on, give me 1 second, Squatch. That's a whole nother drama I haven't really talked about it so far, so let's talk about this right now. It seems like FEMA is doing more to actually stop rescues than they are to actually help. Because FEMA can do FEMA's operations and whatever, but it seems like they're actually impeding regular citizens from just going in and helping people. And not only does that seem counterproductive, generally speaking, it seems like it's offensive and malicious, and it almost seems like hateful. Even like, how do you stop regular people? Why are you making it harder for regular people to help everybody?
But the crazy thing is that this is big
But it's
government.
simple. It's simple though. Like, look, if they let citizens, do what they're doing effectively, right, and undermine their attempts. You already heard Mallorca's, right? That fake Mexican. They want more money. They're gonna be like, look at all this damage. We need more money, more funding. It's another money grab. So they want more deaths, more damage to prolong the situation.
Where's my money, Brian? They lost our money already, bro.
No,
Yeah,
but
they're gonna ask for more though.
Hey, but that's how
The
government
problem
is.
is not enough money.
Well, what they have to do,
Yeah.
right? They have to spend the amount of money that they have every year. So toward the end of the year, they just blow
They're
it all.
rewarding competence with more money.
Yeah, and they said, well, okay, because if you could like hold that money over to the next time, it's like they'll decrease it every
gets
single
deleted.
time. Yeah,
Well,
and I'm like, man, that's trash. That's a really bad way.
Yeah, you get an annual budget, right? It's not like they're gonna give you whatever's left over as a bonus, like you're in a construction company. They're just gonna give you less and less. Oh, you're solving the problem, you're making it more efficient, so we're gonna reduce the funding because you don't need that much. But these rich ones out, they just want to ask for more money.
Here's my question though, and this goes to I know y'all got plenty like liberal friends or whatever in your family, niggas and stuff to vote for liberals. After seeing this, I don't understand how they can still support the current regime. I don't get it.
I think more people are like kind of coming around to it because like okay, Appalachia is devastated, right? But it's not the only area in the country that's affected. It's the worst, possibly. From everything I've seen, it looks like the worst. But
Well,
I'm
the
just
current
saying, like
regime,
it's like what 5 different states they got like tore up parts.
the current regime runs their entire platform off of false promises of hopes and
Look, if you look at LA and the homeless
running
industrial complex that they got there, it's the same thing.
They run their
Hey,
whole
shout out to
platform off of
Caucasian Scat. Shout out to Caucasian Sasquatch. Thanks for coming on, bro. You're always welcome back, man. And I appreciate having somebody with some kind of firsthand experience of it. Just adds to the show. So thank you so much for being here, bro.
They run their whole platform off of false promises and operate in this mommy state of affairs the way they do. And there is something else that they really want that hasn't been mentioned yet. And I'll put it like this. In Greek mythology, the name of the bitch that set things off between the Achaeans and the Trojans was Helen. They want war.
Oh wow. Wow.
Poetic, isn't
Wait a
it?
minute. Wait a minute.
No,
What?
no,
Run that back.
because seriously, man, like they always have to like name the thing before it happens.
Well, that's right there. The reason the lizards do that is because they understand how all this really works, and they're trying to prevent karmic justice. So they have to telegraph their move. As to why they put all these things in movies. You know, they'll put it in like old time magazines about 30 years before they do it. And it's one of the things. It's like, and I sent you the email, but on September 26th, 1958, like 66 years and like 6 months to the day, Hurricane Helene almost struck North Carolina.
Hey guys,
What you're
what's going
talking
on?
about is called lesser magic.
Yeah. Oh, man,
Hey,
you know,
Bandit, what's going on, bro?
I want you to add a little more crinkle. I also want you to realize that half these states that got hit were swing states, and all of their ballots are now destroyed during the storm. So let the buffoonery begin.
Well,
It's a swing state. They had
look.
all of it.
North Carolina was going to probably be a red state, and now they probably can't vote for the most part.
Yep, and if North Carolina and South Carolina and other states don't go Trump, there it goes. And they already said the one town, all the votes in the whole county were at this one post office, and the post office was flattened. So all those votes are gone. It's gonna be chaos.
but here's, you know what? Hold on, real
If
quick. And this is where,
if Kamala wins because most a huge chunk of southern states couldn't vote, it's over, bro. It's going up, bro. We all going up. And
I
I'm
know.
here for it. I'm here for it because I don't think
but
I don't
here,
want America to exist if Kamala's the president. Fuck that, America.
here's the thing, though. If we can bring 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania at 3 o'clock in the morning, they're just another thing they're lying about. Some votes in like what super leftyville, Asheville, North Carolina. Like Asheville is the reparations capital of the U.S. Like
Well,
it's just more lies they put out there, more propaganda, to get the right like riled
Look,
up.
I also want you guys to realize something
look.
that's
Not only that, but they already warned us.
like
They already
real
warned
quick.
us that they weren't going to have the election results right away. That not for the
I know.
month, at least a
That's
month.
Pennsylvania. That's Pennsylvania.
I know. I'm in Pennsylvania, so I can give you a little more insight on this. The reason why they had to cheat so bad last time is because all the Amish people in Lancaster County got all their husbands drove their wives to the polling booth and said, "You're voting for Trump." That's why the cheating was so bad in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia to counteract the 50,000 Amish that voted that never voted before. That's gonna happen again.
Yeah, Scott Presler's on the ground there, actually registering
But
Amish.
but see, it's the doom and gloom, man. It doesn't really matter who wins. Like at the end of the day, like they're gonna try the buffoonery. I tell y'all this: Trump's actual win was probably more like Reagan's win against Mondale.
Yeah, but I think what has to happen though, Trey, is that they have to at least have an idea because it can't be too wide a swing because this is in essence this is a 3% candidate. This is the
Yeah.
most like unpopular candidate in like recent election history in the last like 30 years.
But the
The
reason why Hood, yeah, I get what Hood is saying because this is a powder keg. Nobody likes Kamala. If Kamala wins, man, hey, I'm telling y'all what, being a red state, if you a nigga, put a MAGA hat on and get the hell out the hood. Just hey, start with your twang, start listening to country music. Just get the hell away from the powder kegs. If Kamala wins, just my warning.
Well,
here's a
the other thing
here's a
is
thing.
Kamala Harris is going to be just Biden all over again. You really think Kamala Harris is going to take ownership and get shit done? No, she's going to be another Biden. She's just going to be another puppet that whatever the deep state wants to get done, they'll get done. She'll just
No, it's
sign
gonna
off
be
on it.
it's gonna be worse though because you're gonna have war on three fronts. The Ukraine stuff is probably gonna escalate even more than it is because they're trying to use U.S. weapons to like they try to strike a civilian nuclear deal in Kharkiv.
Well, did you guys see the news today? We just launched an attack against Yemen, the Houthis in Yemen.
Yeah, yeah, like
It's already escalating to a world war. I mean, think about it. You got two proxies, and to make a world war, you need two proxies. You have Russia and China, and then you have NATO. So we are already in a world war. We have Ukraine at war. We have the Middle East up in arms. We have, South America doing its thing. Like, we're already in a world war. It hasn't been declared yet.
But y'all are lucky. Y'all got the wabbit up here, man. Don't fall for the doom and gloom.
No.
Remember,
Think about it like this though, Trey. Like one thing that could also be happening. They're setting the table because they know they can't win, and they're trying to cripple, the incoming president, so that he can do nothing right.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
check it. Well, here's the thing, guys. If I know Bandit was talking about world wars, remember World War II was all about three cities. Well, really two cities: Dresden and Nagasaki. They had to complete the reset, and to complete the reset, all those people died basically to flatten two cities: Nagasaki and Dresden. That's all that war was about, guys. Everything else was just smoke and mirrors.
Berlin?
No, Berlin wasn't important. Dresden was.
Berlin got ran through.
I mean, technically, World War II, the only country that made it out of World War II is America. Everybody else, Middle East got destroyed with the oil rigs and everything, and then the Far East got messed up. The only winner of World War II is America, hands down.
Were we really? We just
The world reset.
we just imported a whole bunch of people with tiny little hats, kind of like my man Werner von Braun. You know what I'm saying? We just invited those guys
I know
over.
exactly what you're saying.
Shout out
Yeah,
to
we didn't win. We just
hey,
like Patton said, we fought the wrong enemy, and now we're dealing with it. What 80 years later, we're dealing with it.
hey, shout out to Operation Paperclip.
The sad thing is, anybody that went, if you
Hey,
haven't
Hood,
noticed
look
at this
up
point,
Denver Airport from an aerial view.
if anybody wants to make change, they're going to be a target. So if you're going to go against the system, you're going to be targeted like Trump is, and that's the sad part. Like, this is our last hurrah. Really, I mean, I'm not trying to be doom and gloom here, but it's on. If we don't change course here, it's over, because there's going to be no one. You see anybody in the wings right now that's taken over Trump's mantle? You think JD Vance is going to be like Trump in 4 years? No, he's just going to do
Hey,
what the
Bandit.
deep state tells him to do.
Hey, Bandit, get you a hot Filipina, bro, and enjoy the decline, bro. Get you some guns, you know what I'm saying? Get you some claymores, and just, set up your final protective fires, bro, and enjoy the decline, bro.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yep.
In this times, I'm telling you, man, you got to be a warlord, man. We're approaching Mad Max times.
Well, I'll see
Yeah,
you
you
in
gotta
the
delete
Thunderdome.
your motion out of this,
Yeah, I'll
or
see you
you'll
guys
get
in the
crazy.
Thunderdome.
Hey, get your food stores up, gentlemen.
Yep.
Yeah, we're on our own pretty much.
It's sad, but you guys are not wrong.
Buy more ammo. But hey, one thing that you
Hey,
do
look,
have to realize.
when it comes to the presidents,
Hey, one thing you do
when it
have to
comes to the
realize.
presidential elections, when they were sick, go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, one thing you do have to realize though, they're only thrashing this much. Like a person that's in the water and starting to like drown. They thrash the most violently, the less control they have. You know what I'm saying? So that is some solace right there.
Yeah, but we haven't hit peak thrashing yet. This is the beginning of the thrash. I mean, you could already see everybody switching parties, because, like, for example, Mark Zuckerberg is going to the right. A lot of the banned right wing YouTube channels, or I just found out as of last week, are all getting remonetized. And it's kind of weird though, because there's I don't know if you guys have been
They're
following the
hedging their
news.
bets.
No, they're not hedging their bets. They're all
Nah.
screwed, because
Yeah.
there's a massive court case coming up right now with the with the what is it? Publisher, non-publisher right now.
Oh, Section 203.
Yeah, Section 203. There's
Oh
Tim
no,
Pool had a
230. My bad.
yeah. If you guys watch it, there was a couple weeks ago. There was a massive update on this on the Tim Pool cast on his Friday stream. They did he had a guy on that's going against the government on 230, and if he wins, literally it can go two ways. You can either go dictatorship, where it's just going to be the major news networks and that's it, or it's complete freedom. But I'm just saying 230 is going down, and that's why they're bringing back all these banned channels, because they're trying to save face. But I mean, I don't know if you guys know right wing stuff, but like channels like
No, there's a bunch of them, like Stefan Molyneux,
Revenge of the
like
Sith, they're all back now on YouTube, which is, kind of weird. I'll be honest with you, kind of weird.
there was a bunch of channels that like had like the early kind of band stuff, and then they kind of went the way of the dinosaur or whatever, and they were the precursors before they went after Alex Jones and got him off the YouTube platform, and then like they went after all these smaller creators too, and anybody that was like had thousands of like subscribers, they were like loyal and actually had like a monetary base. They got them out of the paint too. It was a lot of people, man.
But I'm just saying they're bringing all these people back because they know that the tides are shifting to the right now, and I'm just saying my whole point to bring this back full circle is the left hasn't been cornered yet. They feel threatened now, but they haven't been cornered. Like the thrashing and the kicking and screaming has yet to begin. It's going to get a lot uglier before it gets better.
Hey, look, another cultural marker is SNL making fun of the current presidency.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
but we
Hey,
all
real
know SNL
quick.
is a joke, anyways. At this point, like it's not the '90s crew anymore.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
it's still a cultural marker though, because
Yeah, you're fair. That's fair. That is fair.
Hey, real quick though, when it comes to the elections, I know you guys. Somebody was saying that that they're going to be hampered or they're going to be hung up and they're not really going to do anything. That's not really why they want to get Trump out of there so badly. Because if that was the case, then they would just hang strung him right there. Well, what it is that he's pretty much the avatar of America, right? And when you look at Kamala, there was a meme that I saw where it was Obama saying, "I need a vice president that's dumber than me." So there's Biden underneath him, and there was like, "Well, I need a vice president dumber than me." Then it was Kamala right there. I need a vice president dumber than me. Then it was Tim Walz looking crazy in the debate.
Well, Tim
So
Walz
it's
is
just
it is.
if we get Trump, I know if we get Trump, that avatar is all we need. You ever seen with the FEMA action and everything else? We will make it happen. He's just going to motivate us, right? He's going to give us that little oomph. If we get Kamala in there, it's just going to be a further, I guess, like, what do you call that? A demoralization, pretty much, attempt. And it's just everybody's going to mock us. We're going to feel it in our soul. You know what I mean? When we see Trump out there, being a badass and doing all this other shit, it kind of gives us a little bit more of a, yeah, we them people. When we see him clowning all these other leaders, we're just like, yeah, we them people.
yeah, but he also threw a monkey wrench in the works as well with the Great Reset people. So he made them have to like sprint to the finish. He made them have to sprint to the finish.
Yeah, it's fucking it's fucking them up because they have the more sophisticated and complicated your plan is, the more avenues you have to fuck it up. That's already known.
Red Illusion brought it up in the chat where he's like, this is a remoralization, kind of like 9/11 to get everybody patriotic again. So we'll go send our sons and daughters off to die in the Middle East, whichever war they want. That's
Yeah, but
somebody.
nationalism is, I hate to say, dead. Like, do you think that the millennials are gonna take charge and have nationalism back in their spirits again? Hell no. They are most of them.
It has to take an event. They need that event, Bandit, and that's what they're trying to find, that one event that will strike the chord.
They can't.
And you see all this pushing.
That event was.
I mean, think about it. We got 9/11.
That event
we got
was
2008. All these lies, and millennials are done. And if you think the millennials are black pilled, Gen Z, holy shit! Like that generation's even more black pilled than the millennials are.
Man, I hate to say it, bro.
Look, if they would have
Like, listen around
clapped Trump, if they would have clapped Trump and had
They are.
CNN that sneaked in there and videotaped the whole thing, no, they would have actually done it in Pennsylvania, right? They would have switched their whole tone, and be like, "We need to come together." Iran
There
did it.
was
That's what
Yep.
it would have been.
Yep.
It just
there was
didn't work
so
but the
much
out.
whole
cheating in
but
Pennsylvania. It's not even funny. Like
yeah, the left right now is so anti-Israel that it's a problem for them. So everybody's kind of like anti-everybody. I'm telling y'all, in the younger military circles, they're sheep. They're sheep. They all took the jab. Oh, just line up. It's just another shot we
Yeah,
take.
yeah. And
Yeah,
if you didn't take it, then guess what? They booted you out.
yeah. They
well, now they're trying to get those people to come back in because the recruitment's so
Hey,
low.
hey,
But extremely little people.
good luck with that.
yeah. I just it doesn't even worry me anymore because of being over there firsthand and seeing it with my own two eyes and realizing, now that I'm in the rabbit hole, how much bullshit, how fake it all is. Looking back at the missions we did in Afghanistan, scratching my head like that shit made no fucking sense. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Garden
it's just.
poppy fields.
I mean, it's sad that we're losing so many lives and treasure over lands that most Americans can't even point out on a map. And then on the second part is like we honestly don't give a shit about. Like it's not like we were attacked or anything like that. We're giving all our national treasure away to countries that don't really give a shit about us at all.
Well, you think about it like this: we down in Texas, El Paso. You got First Armored Division, First ID, and also you got First Cav, Fourth ID at Fort Hood. Man, that's like 40,000 soldiers right there to put on the border. That easy. And right there in North Carolina, you got the 101st on one side in Tennessee, and you got the 82nd on the other side in North Carolina. Why aren't those soldiers there? I got buddies on the ground, in the 82nd, like they're begging to go. They're like, why aren't we freaking wheels up?
Because the president of the United States needs to do he needs to declare martial law at the border, and that's when he can do national. That's when he can put the troops on the border. Until you declare a state of emergency with the what I just said. Sorry, without declaring a state of an emergency and a national security risk, and basically you can't put troops on the U.S. border. It can't be
Oh,
done.
okay.
You can't
I-
declare.
I'll, I'll give
You
you
need
I'll
to.
give you precedent, bro. I'll give you
Yeah, I'm just saying.
precedent. Is
The president needs to declare a national emergency and
Yeah.
basically a where you can declare the U.S. military at the border. Otherwise, it's illegal by the U.S. Constitution to put U.S. soldiers to station American soldiers in U.S. lands. You can't
You
do
put
it.
them in. You put them in Mexico. What the
What
fuck is
about
Mexico
Kent
gonna
State?
say?
What about
Nothing. No, those are National
what
Guard.
about Kent
Kent
State in
State.
Ohio?
That was National Guard.
National
But
Guard.
here's the
National
thing though.
Guard can be
Hold it real
called
quick.
up by the governor. The governor can call other governors and say, "Look, I need help at the border. Can you send troops?"
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the governor
We got
can do
Texas.
that.
We got
Texas
Texas
can do
National
that
Guard
right
there
now.
now. But here's the thing. I'll give you precedent. Little Rock, when they integrated the schools with that little strag, the president sent in the 101st. He didn't send in the guard.
Yeah.
He sent the 101st in. If
Yes,
if the
but he
country
had to
can do it,
declare. He had to declare
yeah.
a national emergency to do it.
If we can do it for a little
Congress and
strag,
him had to approve a
you know what I'm
national
saying?
emergency. You couldn't. Yeah, it's deploy troops, but until that happens,
Is it my signal or is Bandit going out? Is it me?
I think
I
she went
think
out.
both. I think both of you guys have been having a bit of a problem because I've heard borging from each of you.
Oh, my bad. I put a new mesh system in today and trying it out. But yeah, I mean, Suspicious put it in the chat too about Trump. It's gonna stomp out anti-Semitism. He's still got to answer to his overall bosses. He still has people to answer to.
Yeah, he ain't perfect. Not by a long shot. The reality of it is though, like the people don't really make moves like that because we're not really directly funding them. They have to cut deals with other people that are leaders in industry. I mean, Trump knows that he's cut deals with everybody. So he has to break bread with all these people. I mean, everybody has to do it. Just some people are more slimy about it. He's probably the first one that actually is like being honest about breaking deals. You know what I mean? With people, and he says it out in the open because he's not really trying to hide it. He's like, no, this is what we do. This is what goes on in the background. We got to cut deals for these weapon manufacturers. You know what I mean? We got to sell guns to all these different countries. He was saying it. He was saying it when he sold weapons to Saudi Arabia. Oh, we sold them a lot of weapons. We made a lot of money.
Man,
That's
just
what it
goes
is.
right back to World War II, man. You know, the German tanks, Ford made the engines, bro. We
Yep.
fund both sides every
IBM
war.
IBM made their computers for the Holocaust.
The what?
So
The what? Oh, my
IBM made
bad.
the computers the
For the for the 6 milli.
the IBM made the computers. I don't know. I don't know about the numbers, but I know they were cataloging them with those machines.
For the 6 milli. Hey, I just tell
I don't
everybody
know how
this.
much it cost them.
I won't nuke Hood's channel. I just say this. Next time you're in Europe, just take a field trip there. And like my man Nick F, do his math. And while you take that field trip and just walk around at those places in Poland, in Eastern, Germany and other places. And just let common sense kick in for a second.
Everybody else get booted?
Now, I think Hood said he had to step away, so we just talk amongst ourselves or whatever.
Gotcha.
It is amazing, man. All the stuff that transpired just in North Carolina alone. And then like I've been seeing videos like in the panhandle of Florida where people were like able to do more stuff because they weren't like cut off from the rest of the world. And they were
Yeah,
talking
when
they were cash money about the federal government, man.
I was gonna mention this too, like about the people from Appalachia, like the Scots Irish. Like I don't know how many people realize how many U.S. presidents were Scott Irish, and how many of those people actually became generals. Like those are some hard headed motherfuckers and shit. So they're gonna pull through, but they're gonna have to do it on their own, pretty much.
Yep.
And they've been doing it, but they're being hampered right now.
Do you
Like a lot
guys
of
know what?
Scots Irish, like I had to learn pretty much about. Go ahead.
Do you guys know what state has elected the most amount of presidents?
I know it's in the Appalachians. I just don't know which one. I want to say Kentucky.
Nope, it's Ohio.
Mm.
And Ohio by a long shot. Ohio's got like 8 presidents came out of Ohio. Why do you
Shout
think?
out to this.
So I'm just saying, like, you guys are not wrong with like the Appalachia, middle of the country. That's where most of our politics come out of. So
Well,
when
that's why they call it the heartland of America.
and
That's
that's
literally in the
why
middle.
that's why there's a major problem
If
with these coastal elites thinking we matter when technically you guys really don't matter because
no, they don't.
you look at
If you
history.
could, if you could cuck those people, we're fucked. Is pretty much what I'm trying to say. If you could
Well,
humble
if
them,
you
if you could cuck them in some way, yeah, we're kind of fucked because those are the
well
right people that everybody actually like will be looking forward, like be looking towards like for help and to be brave and stuff like that is those, the Highlanders, pretty
Well,
much.
pretty much like every country, like our big enemies, wink, wink, like China and Russia, have all said the reason why they can't invade the U.S. is because of Appalachia. Because if all the hard-headed, hardcore dudes fell back to Appalachia, it's a wrap for any country trying to invade.
Yep.
Well, it's that, and
They'll ju-
we also are the most
It'll be like
defensible
Vietnam.
nation. We're also the most defensible nation on the planet. We have two massive oceans beneath us. We have basically two borders that no one wants to mess with Mexico and Canada. We have the Appalachian Mountains on one side. We have the Rocky Mountains on the other. We got deserts to go through. We got thick forests to the other, and everybody freaking has a gun. I mean, they did a stat now. I think there's uh, five or 6 to 1 guns per person. I think there's 5 or 6 guns per person in America. It's something stupid. Like it. So like when they say there's a gun on every blade of grass, that is no joke.
But see, that's the mistake they
By
realized with
comparison, I thought it would be
9/11.
higher.
Yeah, with 9/11, the lizards made a mistake. They realized all of a sudden they realized that, oh my God, the browns, the blacks, and the whites, they all formed like Voltron. We didn't want that to happen. So that's why they had to get Obama in there, to cause this division. They're like, no, we can't have these people forming up. Because
Yep.
here's the thing: if somebody invades this country, Pook and Billy Bob will put aside their differences real quick and be like, okay, we'll deal with each other later. You ain't messing with my country.
Yep. You're basically
That's why that
bringing
yeah,
immigration is
that's why
going to
that
bring the
mass
whole country
migration.
together. Immigration is going to be the
And
one
I've already,
thing
I
that
already,
deserves. Yeah, I'm
yeah,
listening.
I've told people this before. If we ever do have a second civil war, it will be over states' rights and immigration. Because
Yep.
it'll be California letting in immigrants, right? And they're being like, well, you don't have jurisdiction over letting whoever I let into my state, right? But then they're letting them out through their other borders inside the United States. And then people are going to be like, well, I don't want to take them, but they'll be like, well, you don't have no right to deport anybody because that's a federal jurisdiction. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
So it'll
that's
be
the whole
something like
thing.
that. That's if it gets out of hand.
Immigration is going to bring everybody together. It's going to be Americans versus illegals. And the thing is, when that happens, the government's going to have to pick a side. If they pick illegals, it's gonna be civil war. And if they're smart, they're
But
I
going
think
to
the
it's a
take the
government
Trojan
already
horse.
smart.
picked
That
the side, Bandit.
it,
Bandit,
it,
I
Pick
it's
think they
what?
it's a
picked the
it's a
side
Trojan
already.
horse, and it's the perfect one too. Like they already spent trillions of dollars on them, right? Like I was telling somebody, they're like, why would they send them back if they paid so much money for these people? Why would they be clearing out jails if when these people are committing crimes? Is because they're making room for you. Whenever you get uppity and out of line, it's
Yeah,
by design. Like they didn't spend all this money
That,
for
that,
no
that
for no
literally
returns.
that literally happened in England, right? That whole they're clearing out the jails for
Yeah,
you. So in England recently, because of a stabbing that happened on some young girls actually, but behind after that stabbing, they had a series of riots. Not really riots, but they had some protests that kind of got a little uppity for England. And after that all happened and they squashed all that, they said, we're going to empty out some of the jails because we have to arrest these racist right wing England protesters. All the England nationalists, they emptied the jails to put these people in jail. Like it literally happened already.
that's because they see the
hey Hood, this is crazy.
the nationalists are more of a threat than
This is crazy.
to their power than the homicidal killers that mark the streets. That's how they view it.
Also, England doesn't have a Second Amendment, and America technically we do outgun our police department, but we kind of like our cops, so we don't murder them all. But let's
And
not, let's just
they also don't
remember
have the
that we
First
don't murder
Amendment.
our
Hey Hood.
police because we kind of like them.
Well, the thing is,
Hey, look. By comparison,
if
in Europe,
if they
right?
tried to,
It. Go ahead. Go ahead.
like Harris wants to do a national buyback plan. That's part of her gun policy. And the cops are going, Are you kidding me? Because if they have to go door to door and buy everybody guns away, there's not enough cops to cover. Because what's going to happen? They're going to the communities, and they're going to find out one community is going to be like the next William Tell and say they're after your guns, you're after their guns, and then there's not going to be enough cops to take away
No, what's
the
going to
people's
happen?
guns.
No. What would actually happen, in my opinion, is someone will die behind that buyback thing. Like they'll go to somebody's house and there'll be gunfire and they'll have to kill him after that. And then it will create, what do you call it? Balkanization. Like
Yeah,
towns will be like, you can't come here.
yeah, and it would be the
What kind
disbanding
of
of
American
cops.
are you?
The cops would be
Right.
disbanded,
What kind of American are you?
and
That's
the
why I
thing
said
is,
I'm a blood and
one little
soil
thing though.
American.
and when that
Hey, one little
happens, you're
thing,
going to have
like
the
when it
National
comes to
Guard.
Europe and immigration, when it comes to Europe and immigration, we give a lot of money and weapons to Poland, right?
Yeah.
Just in case. The big problem with immigration, they do not like immigrants. They don't fuck with immigrants. They're probably like one of the countries that does not like that whatsoever. They recently, after I think a border agent got killed by a rock being thrown at him, they got orders not to shoot to kill. So this is a little bit of hope that like now there's even people in Europe, right? And they're not gonna say shit to Poland, right? So what the fuck are they gonna say to Poland? What is England or what is France gonna say to Poland when they're supposed to be the I guess the meat waves and shit that is gonna be fighting Russia after if they really do decide to pull the trigger and have NATO go at Russia. They're not gonna say shit to them. So there's going to be a changing of attitudes when it comes to immigration once they start seeing Poland shoot migrants, because they're not going to. It's not like the Arabs are going to be like be quiet about it, and
Well,
all
the thing is,
the Arabs inside of these other countries are going to riot.
That's actually a great
Once that
point.
starts
Hold on, Bandit.
happening.
Hold on, Bandit. That's actually a great point. I don't know how that would play off, but I do think if Poland holds its ground, like what was somebody going to invade Poland because they don't take migrants? Like Poland shoots a couple of migrants, and let's imagine Poland shoots a couple of migrants, and then the migrants stop coming because like I don't want to get shot coming into Poland. I'm going to go to Turkey. I'm going to go to France now, right? And then now the only other solution is, well, if Poland's shooting them, I got to shoot them too. Like, what if it starts a cascade effect? We just get to shoot migrants now.
Man,
well,
it's so fun that
And
Poland's on.
also remember we used to have Minutemen in the border in the South, like in the 70s or in the 80s. We used to have Minutemen like out there shooting migrants and shit.
well, I wanted to
Not
say
too
it's
long
already
ago,
happening.
within our
What
lifetime, there was Minutemen.
Hood, what you were talking about is already happening in Sweden. Sweden's already rebelling against the migrants and kicking them out because they see what's happening to what.
Remigration is
Yeah.
they just voted for that in Sweden, right, Bandit?
Yep, that's what I was trying to get. Like Sweden's already kicking their migrants out. And the crazy thing is, I want everybody to think about this. The reason why Europe can afford all its socialized medicine is because we pay for their military. And we're all under LIBOR. Now, I will preach this to my grave. Reason why Europe hates Donald Trump so much is he wants to pass SOPAR, which is going to replace LIBOR, which is going to take all the power away from Europe to America. So if America sets interest rates from this point on, we don't need Europe. Right now, we're in the thumb of England right now because we can't set our own interest rates. Once SOPAR happens, Europe is going to go into a Great Depression, and it's going to be chaos in Europe. Europe's going to go from a first world country to a third world country within our lifetime because they're not going to have the financial backing, and then we're not going to back their military. They're going to have to spend all their subsidies are going to go away because we don't need them anymore. And guess what? Europe's going to fall into collapse because they went to the socialist nightmare.
That's
going to happen in our
that's
lifetime.
the threat.
Hey, they need to be humble for calling us. They need to be humble for calling us violent.
Yeah,
Well,
and then they
that's the
imported.
threat of America first, though, because like, and this is a Nick Fuentes phrase, obviously, but the idea of actually being America first in terms of like protectionist policies when it comes to our international trade, or a robust defense policies when it comes to our military attachments, if that were to actually be a thing, it would reset the entire world order. Because the problem is right now, our economic, our financial interests don't necessarily benefit the American public. Neither do our military interests, right? And so if those two things were to sort of refocus on, quote, America first, it would totally reshape the entire global world order. And obviously people don't want that.
And then on top
Hey,
of the whole mess, if you add
hey,
on the
they're
fact
looking at
that
our situation, and we're looking at their situation closely as well.
if you look at our situation right now, without American tourism, Europe falls into collapse because our spending of our dollars in Europe is what's literally keeping European economies alive. Like France would disappear without U.S. tourism. So honestly, they're on a threat. They're on a 10-year head start of America right now. Europe is 10 years of shitty policies ahead of America. Now, if
Speaking of France, Bandit,
yeah,
Macron was just seen speaking against America, like Europe needs to detach itself from American interest.
well, good luck with that because we, you know, France needs America more than America needs France. So,
Well, the world needs America more than America needs the world. Like, technically, America could totally internalize all of its interest and survive and thrive, and the world would have to readjust. America could actually survive without the world because we have such a large landmass that we can just kind of figure out how to live without everybody else, and we can restrict all of our international trade agreements to something only benefiting America. You feel me? But we don't operate like that because our corporate interests are global at this point. They're not American. Like Henry Ford was an American interest kind of pioneer.
the only problem with that is
Those aren't our interests.
earth metals,
Those are
and
the
that's the
elite's
problem.
interests. Only the people that have that reach to talk to these people have that.
That's true too. That's true too. We're gonna wind this show down. Actually, it's 3 hours. We're well past the 3 hour mark. We're gonna wind this show down for the night. But I thank everybody for coming out here, man. This thing with North Carolina, it's not gonna go away. It's sort of a couple of months ago, a bridge collapsed. What was the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore collapsed because a boat ran into one of the pylons and it
No,
just took the whole bridge out.
it wasn't just that.
Eh,
It was a woman pilot that fell asleep and crashed into it.
Not a woman, bro. I thought it was a bunch of Indians. So it was an Indian woman, or was what kind of woman? What are you talking about?
I don't know what it was, but it was definitely a woman piloting the boat that got that. And then
Hey,
like a couple months
technically,
later,
well,
another boat
Bandit.
crashed into another bridge. It didn't destroy the bridge, and that was another woman piloting it. So I'm just
Hey,
saying, like,
but
Jesus
like
Christ.
to be completely fair on that Francis Scott Key deal, when you get into the port workers themselves that are government mandated, they're the ones supposed to know the waterways, and they're the ones actually piloting in port.
yeah, I understand that. And the pilot there was a woman, and she crashed into the pylon. And then a couple months
Listen.
later,
No matter what the port workers say, if you're on the boat piloting the boat and you crash, that's you, bro.
yep. And it happened again a couple months later, but it was hushed underneath because they didn't want to admit that they did it twice within like 3 months. So like the problem is DEI hires are going to get you more and more chaotic, more and more problems. Like, do you want to design a bridge that's DEI based and not based on like if it can hold weight, can it survive a storm, like, or do you want a DEI doctor that can operate on you that doesn't even know how to operate because they hit the check boxes? Like, we're in a dystopian world at this point.
Think about this. Think about this. Technically, the whole world is DEI. You know what, guys? Don't leave. Don't leave. We're not over. We're not over yet. I got one last thing I want to show you guys. Speaking of DEI, right? let me dig through my crates real quickly because there's something I want to show you guys. Because the world is technically we live in a DEI world. What do I mean by that? If you live in anywhere that's considered the Western world, any part of the world that's modern, that's led by competent white or Asians, well, because they're Asia is the modern world too. We can't shit on like China and Japan and shit, and not even like Singapore too. Like Asia has just kind of caught up to modernity, right? But that being said, we do live in a DEI world. And why do I say that? Because there are parts of the world where if you visit, you don't want to get sick. Let's think of it that way, right? If you get sick in most Western or Asian countries, and when I say Asian, I'm speaking of a handful of Asian countries like China, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, maybe Thailand if you got enough money. But again, most of the world is not the modern Western Asian world, right? And so if you, let's say, get sick in one of these foreign countries, you might not make it. And I don't know if we really as Americans, as lazy Westerners, we don't really appreciate how good we truly have it here, right? Because a lot of the world is they effectively exist on what you might call witchcraft. And
That's
I'm not
terrifying.
even talking about like I'm not even talking about the people in their villages and shit like that. I mean their actual trained physicians are basically witch doctors too. They have on scrubs. They wear Crocs and shit like that, but they're fucking witch doctors, all right? And you don't even understand how much danger you might be in if you get sick outside of the Western world, is all I'm saying. And I want to share something with you guys now. Now that I built that horror story up for you guys, let's share a nightmare tale with you. Hit the like button, guys. We're winding this show down. We're going to wrap this show up momentarily. Like the video. Don't leave just yet, because this is a fucked up story about drinking Indian street milk. First of all, before I even press the button, Indian street milk. Any thoughts on that, guys? Indian street
Why?
milk. What do you?
Can you just say
What comes to
is milk
mind when I say
Why
Indian
the fuck
street
would
milk?
you?
is milk in
It's
quotes?
not milk.
Is milk in
Their
quotes?
hands and elbows were all over it. Their hands and elbows were all over it.
I mean, we know how much they worship cows over there, so I can only imagine what they mean by milk.
Wait. So they listen to black people when they
They
say
throw
they put
cow
their foot
shit.
in it. When
Yeah,
black people
wild
say
is
they
right.
put their foot in it, they really listen to them. Figure
Bro,
literally.
they went beyond. They went beyond. I don't even think you can say they was listening to black people. They just did their own thing. They was like, oh nah, they said niggas hold my beer. That's what they did. They went totally beyond. Watch this video, y'all. This shit terrible.
I did the worst thing you could do in India, and I ended up in hospital. Have you seen them videos where Indians stir food with their fingers? They're all over the internet. The food that you should never, ever touch.
Look at them
And I
elbows.
tried myself some of that finger milk. This guy's been on the street for over 17 years.
This motherfucker tried finger milk from
No,
the Indian
no.
street
What is
vendor.
What is that?
He drank that man's poopy.
He
Ew,
did.
whoa.
Never,
He
ever
did, though.
touch.
He
And I
did.
tried
Wait, we're
myself
gonna
some of that
figure it out. We're gonna
finger
hear it
milk.
later.
This
But
guy's
he
been on the
did.
street.
He drank the man's poopy. You are not wrong, bro. That's just terrible. You are so terribly
Ew.
accurate when you said that.
All you gotta do is go in the Ganges and you're in poopy water. So I mean, come on.
Bro, if we, those of us born in America, if we were to like swim in the Ganges, we would probably die in 48 hours in an agonizing, terrible death. Like something from inside of us would eat us to death.
Yeah, the Ganges. I
They're
mean,
literally
people
built different because
shower
of
in
that.
that and drink that water, and it's oh god.
Yeah.
You know? Gross.
Yeah. Jeets are actually built different. Like they got like they literally have to have a completely different gut biome. You know, like you have like bacteria in your intestines and your stomach to help you digest things or whatever. They have like some prehistoric shit that's meant to digest like rotting mammoth meat or something. Like they have a different internal biome. The Indians are literally
Real
built
shit.
different.
Real
I do not
shit.
have Jeet biome.
Yeah, I mean,
And
think
I
about when
tried
you go to
myself some of that
Mexico. You guys
finger
all
meat.
know the joke with Mexico. You go, you drink the Mexican
Montezuma's
water.
Revenge.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yep.
Different biome, different. Give you the shits.
I've survived 2
Cri-
bouts of that.
Montezuma's Revenge ain't got shit on Krishna's diarrhea, bro. Krishna's diarrhea is hell, bro.
Wow, you said
Isn't it? Wouldn't it be
Christmas diet.
This
Kali's
guy's been on
diarrhea?
the street for over
Kali, Krishna, they're all fire-breathing, hell-making gods. They're all pagan gods, bro. These are all devil gods. It doesn't matter what you call them. They're all the same bad guy. And they make you shit till you die.
Not
All of
wrong.
them.
17 years making this, and I literally mean on the street. He's on his hands and knees. Look at his feet. Look at them nails. What was going through my mind when I drank this? The guy making the drink was a holy man, so I had a bit of trust in him, but I probably should.
And he is definitely what we would call a gone. He is, foreign. He's an international, but the fact that you would drink this, looking at his fingers,
Oh God!
knowing that,
Oh no!
bro, he's a gay ass white nigga, bro. Like, there's no way in hell I would have drunk some shit like that. But you drunk that because you were like, oh yeah, I'm in India. I'm gonna do the cool Indian people thing. You were not shielded by your authentic white racism, and you almost died because of it.
I'm wondering if his last video
hold on.
was.
What?
Can we just call him Gabs? Gay ass bitch.
I'm wondering if his last video was titled "Drinking Indian Street Milk. What could go wrong?"
I mean, basically, hold on. I want to bend it. Hold on. What was that gay ass what?
Gay ass bitch. Call him Gabs.
Gab? No, I like the universality of Gons because I like to call him. He's a gay ass white nigga. He's still a foreigner. He's like a European Gon. He's a Euro Gon.
Hey, was he being a passport bro in India?
I mean, no. I mean, he maybe because you can probably get an Indian bitch for like $2.
True.
He wasn't passporting on this day. He should have been getting Indian pussy. Indian pussy don't kill you like Indian milk kills you.
Dude, that's probably as bad as the milk.
He says that's the milk. What if the pussy kill you like the milk? All right, listen. We can't say too many mean things about India because the G digital mafia is real.
I making a drink was a holy man, so I had a bit of
They
trust.
still got
They're like China.
After drinking the drink, I was pleasantly surprised by the taste, and I continued on with my day like nothing ever happened. I went and kicked it with some bubbers, did some holy rituals, the average day in India, but it all changed that night.
Damn, that nigga drunk Indian finger milk, then he smoked some weed with some Indian holy niggas, bro. White people, y'all falling off, man.
Well, you know the guy
y'all white
is
people are falling off, bro. I gotta tell you, man. This is how you fuck up a white culture, bro. You went out there, first you drunk Indian finger milk, and now y'all out here smoking weird substances with strange Indian holy people. Because of the Beatles, everybody thinks Indian holy culture is like this weird, it's like this fantastical weird shit, right? But ever since the day of G, we all know Indian mysticism is just various layers of shit and fecal matter worship.
Well, honestly, the guy looks like a white version of Carrot Top with that freaking mop of a head. Like, dude's beta as beta can be. I mean, look at him. I mean, freaking my legs are bigger than his arms, by leaps and bounds. Like this guy, and I'm a small dude. Like, this is pathetic. I mean, look at him. He's wearing, what is that, smiley face necklace? I mean, come on, man. Guy's a tryhard.
I can only eat Indian food cooked to American standards.
So you can eat American food. Gotcha.
Right, like no, like I can eat a gyro if it's
Nah,
served like in
YouTube,
Manhattan
YouTube,
in an actual restaurant, but I can't. I'm not gonna go to India to eat a gyro. I would never. I would die. I would kill you if you tried to put me on that plane.
There's a reason why we have the FDA.
YouTube ruined Indian food for me, bro. I got my shit all halal now.
Yeah, I don't even eat food truck food. Let me not say that. I don't eat food carts. Like if you go to New York City, because I'm talking about a particular thing. If you go to New York City, right, in the busy areas, you'll see like a guy with a little cart, and he's got like halal food, and it's like Indian, and we might have some rice too, but it'll be like the Indian chicken, and he'll serve gyros and shit. I don't buy none of that shit because them niggas nasty. I might eat some food truck food occasionally because it'd be all kind of different food trucks that pop up, and that's different. But those little food carts, the halal food carts, bro, in New York City, I do not eat that shit. I don't know. I've never had like a bad experience. I'm not even gonna say something like I got sick like this guy. It's just something about it just bothers me, and I've never wanted to eat that shit.
I will say this though, if you get to go to Philly, the food trucks in Philly is legit. Like they'll have like crab and lobster food trucks, like, and it's legit.
Well, that's
So
what
I
I mean.
mean,
A food truck is not exactly the same thing I'm talking about.
yeah,
When you go to New York City, they're all over the place, and it's like the exact same shit. So you kind of understand it if you're a New Yorker. Those little fucking halal carts. And look, like I said, I've never actually had a bad experience. It's just I watch them and I see them, and they're like, you guys are so fucking nasty. I'm not eating that shit, bro.
yeah. Unless you want to colon
Man, bro.
cleanse.
Hey, here in Chicago, man, geez, they got all the Dunkin' Donuts, the Subways. There's probably one legit spot that you can get some halal, but other than that, I don't trust none of the motherfuckers. No Subway, no
Yeah.
Dunkin' Donuts.
The Anunnaki, I've had an actual Greek gyro from an actual Greek restaurant with an old Greek lady behind the counter and shit, and it was good. It was lamb. It was good. It was a good gyro, right? And so it's that particular thing is something about it just irks the fuck out of me. I do not like those little halal food trucks in New York, bro. Something about
Yeah,
it's a pet
Greek,
peeve, I guess. It's a me thing.
yeah, Greek guys better than the other guys, gyros. I can agree with that. And if you ever come to Chicago, hood, and you do your trucking trip, man, you gotta go to Greek Town. You gotta try Mr. Greek Town gyro. Best gyro in the whole time United States, I guarantee you.
I could believe that.
Now,
I
if he
could
goes to
believe that
Chicago to
because
try
Greek food
Italian beef.
is like what's that? Hold on, what was the other
Italian
thing you
beef.
said?
Hood, you need to try an Italian beef.
All right, y'all giving me some hot
But you
spots to
gonna
visit.
go Portillo, that's where you gotta go for the Italian beef, you know what I'm saying? But if you want a real true authentic gyro, I'm talking about with the extra meat, the layers of fries and everything with all the fixings, you gotta go to Mr. Greek in Greek Town. You know what I'm saying? It's open 24 hours and they got everything that you're looking for, man. Look, you come to Chicago, you're gonna leave here with 10 extra pounds on.
I believe that. I believe that. But let's get back to the story. Let's get back to the story because this shit's crazy,
Yeah.
y'all. This nigga in India, he should have went to
Hey,
Greece.
hey, look, before you press play, now what kind of white douchebag is this? Now, I know that we had the hippies in the 60s. We had
I listen the chat.
emos in the
Some
90s.
people in the chat saying he not white. We might have to call him some kind of gypsy or something. People in the chat are disavowing his whiteness, so he might just be some kind of European gypsy nigga.
Well, let me
But
see
it
who
is
this guy
like
is.
crazy,
Thomas
mate.
Shelby.
Yeah, he does have gypsy features. Now that I look at him,
Yeah,
Like Thomas
hold on.
Shelby
What
off
was
of
that
Peaky
snowman? I
Blinders.
heard snowman in there. What was that?
yeah, he not white.
Yeah. I do see a little gypsy
You ain't one
features
of
right
y'all, you ain't
now.
claiming him.
As
You
a
ain't claiming him snowman,
representative of
ain't
the
one of
white
y'all.
No,
coalition, he's not white.
Yeah, I respect that. I respect that. He's a gone gypsy.
Damn, you said gone gypsy, man. Corny.
he looks like he's got
I woke
Polak.
up at 7 p.m. violently vomiting. I couldn't control anything inside me. It was just coming out. 7 a.m. in the morning, I finally stopped. I felt relief, but had a crazy fever. Later that evening, the fever had got way too much for me and I had to call in a doctor. You know, I normally gauge a doctor based off how they look, and this doctor had a very nice briefcase, so I trusted everything he said, and I took the medicine he gave me. In fact, what he'd done is he prescribed medicine that kick-started the bacteria into overdrive inside my stomach. And the next thing I know, instead of coming out of my mouth, it was coming out of the other end.
This is what I'm saying, bro. They doctors, but they basically witchcraft niggas. They just got on like white jackets and shit, but they basically do voodoo on you.
The medicine he gave
Shaman.
me. In fact, what he'd done is he
Pushing a
prescribed
shaman.
medicine that kick-started the bacteria into overdrive inside my stomach. And the next thing I know, instead of coming out of my mouth, it was coming out of the other end. After this going on for 2-3 hours, I knew it was time to go to the hospital.
I don't know if that was better though.
Dude, I would much rather have diarrhea than be puking all over the place.
Maybe. Let's just listen, because it's not like it got better because he started having diarrhea. You feel me? It progressed worse after that. But let's listen.
Hospital. My good friend
It got worse?
Deepak and Andy loaded me into Uber and wheelchaired me into the hospital. The first thing they did when I got to the hospital was take my temperature. I was 102.5. In India, everyone just wants to look and stare at you because they've not seen a foreigner before. So I've got people coming into my hotel room asking for selfies, just coming in pretending to do random jobs.
He's having like deadly diarrhea right now. Like, you ever had life-threatening diarrhea before? And he's going through that, and he got Jeets coming in here. Can I have a selfie, son?
Yeah, dude, I had that problem with diarrhea back in 2020, and you couldn't find no toilet paper anywhere.
You guys ever watch that Dave Chappelle skit where he like launches himself from the toilet?
Yeah, he's about to go through shit like that.
Yeah, I have
He's gonna get a colon, the best colon clean ever.
I bet. All while this is going on, the number 2 movements have turned from brown to bright green, showing the infection is building and getting stronger.
So Snowman, you still happy with the shit transformation? Like, he was just vomiting before.
It depends on what superpowers he gets from this radioactive shit he's got right now.
I didn't even know you could do shit in that color, bro. Like, hold on. Hold on. I didn't know that spectrum was something you could reproduce, bro.
Dude, he looked shit out to change the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
No,
I've done the shit, like, I've had green shit before, but it was dark green. It was like earthy green. This is like that mutagenic ooze green. This is like that Mutant Ninja Turtle green.
He's basically shitting.
This that do it there green from the slime. This that slime green from Nickelodeon.
Right, it's the Nickelodeon slime green. What the fuck, bro?
This is a fucking Chernobyl fucking experiment fucking green right here, man. That's what this is.
Does anybody remember Ecto Cooler?
Hold on, remember what?
Ecto Cooler?
I remember Ectoplasm from
yeah, Slimer, Ghostbusters.
Yeah, like the Ecto Cooler iced tea, that's like the color. It's
yeah, that's almost like that what is it, that mountain, that green Mountain Dew that they Baja Blast Mountain Dew.
Shit, green Mountain Dew. It was thick too. It wasn't even just runny like Mountain Dew. It was thick dew.
It was the secret of the dew.
Yeah, the secret of the ooze, Mountain Dew. It was Mountain Dew, the secret of the ooze.
Showing the infection is building and getting stronger. The doctors act quick and put me on IVs and antibiotics. But guess what? The bacteria starts breeding again. And now we've moved from brown to green to blood. The only thing I'm passing now is blood. So
he got his first period.
Man.
He got his first
listen, Snowman, you were the one that was like, no, it's good he started shitting. I'm like, are you sure?
Well, it ain't my fault. Maybe he should have got his diarrhea under control, Hood. I'm just saying.
He was already progressing on a downward spiral, and you were celebrating it. You were like, these are positive signs. I'm like, nah, bro, chill, just wait.
Well, now hold on, because it's safe to assume that at this progress, if he's bleeding out of his ass, had it been the other way around, it was coming out the front end with the same shit, by now he'd be bleeding out his mouth. So I'd still rather be bleeding out my ass.
I'm gonna say something, and then maybe it will like you can adjust your calculations after I say these words. Indian finger milk.
Oh, you're fucking nasty.
I mean,
I hate
now
you.
readjust your calculations,
I
though.
fucking hate you. You know I'm sitting here trying to eat a bowl of cream of wheat, dude.
You know what this is?
I don't know anything like that.
This
Dude,
should be.
You said Indian finger milk, and I looked down at my cream of wheat and put it down.
Hey, Hood, know what you should do? You should make the Darwin Awards.
Oh my god! Well, he didn't die though. He almost died. This motherfucker lived. He like a champion.
Yeah, like Red said, it's cream and I'm quite scared. I'm eating cream of Jeet now.
Each day I was
cream of Jeet. Okay.
Trying to get feedback on what was wrong with me, but
Cream
the
of wheat.
doctors would give me little information after multiple stool samples, blood samples, ultrasounds. I wasn't finding out what was wrong with me. I'm not a but I grew up not liking blood. And in the middle of one of my fever dreams, I wake up and decide I need to get hydrated.
Do you have any tales or stories of really good fever dreams?
I don't know if I've ever had a fever dream. I don't think I've ever been that ill. Because the worst I've ever got as a kid, I had pneumonia and I was hospitalized, but I was very young. But like as an adult, I've never had any illness that bad.
Fever dreams is like signs of severe dehydration. Like you need to go to the hospital and drink water. And now they're going to give him Indian water. Good luck, buddy. You're not making
right, bro.
Cream of Jeet.
I need you to bless this water. You gotta fly in a pope. You gotta fly at least a priest. I want a cardinal from the Vatican flown in directly to bless the water and then boil it.
Bro, he'd be better off drinking toilet water at this point.
Now his best bet is just saying, get as much saline and then pump it through my veins.
Bro,
hey, what's your priest though? Hood. You know, there's two types of priests: the ones that touch the boys, and the ones that touch the nuns. I think the ones that touch the nuns get you.
It don't matter. It don't matter. As long as he can bless the water, bro. I'm not even judging right now. I'm not even judging. Can you see this nigga about to die? This nigga is on the Indian. He about to die in the Indian hospital. I am not judging right now, bro. That's the wrong question.
And by the way, have you ever seen a hospital that dim before? You go to an American hospital, it's like lit up like a Christmas tree.
It is, bro. You gotta like pay extra for them to turn the lights off in your room.
And this guy has like one light. He has like a night light in the corner.
What did this guy eat? Did
he eat that Indian light?
Cream of Jeet. He ate cream of Jeet.
He doesn't even have his own room lights, bro. He only has hallway light right now. Look at this.
Damn, he's in prison. They got him in the infirmary of the fucking jail.
This probably one of the good Indian hospitals too, bro.
When I moved
who said the cream of Jeet?
One of the nurses has forgotten to close the valve on the
I read in the comment section. I said,
I'm just squirting blood everywhere. It's on the sheets. It's gotten to close the valve on the needle.
Damn, he popped his cherry.
And I'm just squirting blood everywhere. It's on the sheets. It's all over me. So I start freaking out. After this, I felt really unsafe.
Blood? He's shitting out blood?
Do one
yeah, he
thing,
sounds like he got
make
a
sure I'm
cherry
not
pop.
bleeding out. How are they going to get me better? I'm now back in Bangkok and I've got a series of tests to find out what's actually wrong with me, and I'll keep you guys updated.
You had your fucking O-ring blown out. That's what's wrong, dude.
Yeah, cream of Jeet popped his cherry.
Indian finger street milk, and here's an update of what happened. So it's been about a week and a half now since I first got sick, and my overall health is progressively getting better. I do have some serious stomach issues, and we'll get into that in a bit. Since I've uploaded the videos, it's gone viral over the whole of the internet, and especially in India. And I've had very mixed responses to the experience that I went through. The problem now is there's a lot of bad talk about India in general on Twitter and social media, a lot of memes and a lot of jokes. So I feel like India is a little bit more defensive than what they would normally be. And I want to start by addressing my views on India. India is one of my favorite countries I've ever visited. The culture is so different, colorful, interesting. Their religion is so interesting to me. And also I love the food. I'm British. It's like our number one takeaway food. Indian food is top tier for me. The problem here comes from me. I made a decision. When I go to India, I always have two rules. Number one is don't eat any
Pause. You're talking the country that conquered the planet and took over 25% of the planet, but yet has no idea how to use spices. Saying that Indian food is the top tier food when you have freaking Italy, you have Italian food, you
Hey,
have
they love curry, man.
I know. What is and I'm sorry. You guys like some 41 is your man. No wonder the guy's a fucking cuck. Good grief. I mean, come on, man.
He gives that mohawk. He gives people that have that wear that mohawk a bad name. He gives Punk a bad name.
Yeah, he literally is like a carbon copy of someone from like 2003.
He's like he's like the hipster version of a Punk kid.
Yeah, it's sad.
To me, and also I love the food. I'm British. It's like our #1 takeaway food. Indian food is top tier for me. The problem here comes from me. I made a bad decision. When I go to India, I always have 2 rules. #1 is don't eat anything raw or uncooked. That includes juices, that includes street milk, that includes fruit, veg, salads. My #2 rule is don't eat meat in India. I broke one of them rules and I ended up in hospital. So it's my own silly fault. The care I got in the hospital was genuinely very good, but I think that some of the nurses were.
How do you visit a country where a just general rule is don't eat raw food like fruit? I can understand raw food, but when he said fruit, how do you not eat the fruit of a country? Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, when you say raw food, I'm thinking like, don't eat the oysters, don't eat raw chicken in India. Like, all right, but maybe they eat raw cow meat in India. Like, there's a dish. It was a steak tartare. There's a certain dish with like, there's people eat raw meat, and I, it is what it is. But he's saying don't do these things in India, and I'm thinking it's about meat. And then he says fruit, bro. He says you can't even eat the fruit in India.
Fruit
Like
carts and bot flies. Bot flies and fruit carts.
So somewhere between the fruit growing on a tree and the Indian guy serving me a piece of fruit, it becomes inedible.
Dude, that's like 90% of the food in America, though. So is it really any different?
No, I mean, shit, we
I
got
am
more
having a
food
bit of
than
a
our
hard
food.
time with this. I am struggling just a bit with this. Yes, I do believe I'm having a difficulty here because, all right, so if you're in India and the fruit is growing on a tree, whatever Indian fruit it is, I don't know what you call it, jeet fruit, right? And so you're in India and there's jeet fruit on a tree, and then the jeet fruit, so some guy picks it. Let's say it doesn't even fall on the floor, right? God forbid. He picks it himself.
His
and
hands
then
are
after
more
he picks
unsanitary than
it,
the floor are.
and then after he picks it, it's automatically inedible. Like as soon as he picks the jeet fruit, you can't eat it. Like at what point does it become inedible? Like it's fucking fruit. He said you can't eat the fruit.
Hey, when you enter the country,
No, it's as soon as it gets picked up off the ground, dude. As soon as that motherfucker's hands touch that shit, he contaminates it.
As soon as it leaves the tree.
No,
Like
as
you
soon as
can
he puts
only
gloves
eat
on,
it
it's
raw off
contaminated.
the tree. You gotta
Hold
pick
up.
your
So I
own
want to know:
fruit.
are they immune to our GMO foods?
I think they're immune to
Are they
everything,
immune to
bro.
our
These
GMO
motherfuckers.
foods? Like they don't be
Well,
getting bothered by our overprocessed.
They could probably
they
get
probably don't have that.
turned, bro.
Hey,
They probably
They're
don't. They
immune to
probably don't have
everything.
any of that. They probably don't have any of that over there. All the GMO stuff.
They have a prehistoric gut biome. That shit can process dinosaur bone.
They
Like
got
it
2
can eat
stomachs.
anything, bro. It's like hyenas. Hyenas can eat everything and they just shit white turds, bro. It's like that. Snakes do the same shit too.
So do
They
birds.
just swallow something whole and then they just shit a white turd out like boop and it's over. Like I bet you that's how it is. But they
So they
make
could
shit
eat.
turds.
So they could eat a whole brick of government cheese, no problem.
I bet.
How evil does a creature have to be for when it's shit when it finally shits to have all the color and life sucked out of even the shit?
Bro, nutrients and motherfucking nutrients. That's what's happening there. They need nutrients in the subcontinent. This shit's crazy, bro. All right, let's finish, bro. This shit is outrageous.
Was slightly undertrained, and that's how I ended up having the big breakdown situation within the hospital itself. I did get all the tests I needed. I did get the proper treatment that I needed to find out what this really was. But beside all the medical facts and me stating multiple times online, half of India thinks that I was in the hospital because of the substance that was inside the lassi. A bang lassi is a drink that's drunk during holy festivals mainly, and it's used to get you closer to God. Inside the drink is some THC. The effects of this lasted like an hour for me and was nothing.
Imagine going to India to get closer to God. Like, is the point to die? Do you go to India to die a little bit? That's how you get closer to God?
Isn't that where the Himalayas are?
Yep.
I could
He
see.
didn't. He wasn't in the mountain. He was down on the plains. You know, he was at sea level basically. He wasn't in the mountains.
If you're going to go somewhere to get closer to God, I'd go where the highest mountain range is, though.
Hey, but check this out. Though. Hey, you
Don't
know,
drink
like
single milk up there neither, bro.
Hey, Hood, you seen like the white people that believe for some reason these people are like more spiritual than anybody else on the planet, to where they import an Indian dude to like
Those aren't white people.
They import
people.
Hey, they import a bunch of Indian people to come and kill them over here too, in the sweat lodge.
I'm tired of you fucking labeling them all white people. We all don't look the same, motherfucker.
Hey, y'all don't have to look the same.
White people have their own delineation too, bro. They just like FBA. White people are like FBAs too. They're like, listen, those white people they not like us, bro.
They ain't. That's right. They ain't like us. They ain't white people.
Hey, but get this, man. Like, I feel you, man. You're fighting Irish, right?
White ethos out there, bro.
He's fighting Irish, man. Maybe these are like the French whites, man.
Now he's more like a Polak white, man. Worthless.
Nah, Polak's not. I tell you, he's like a gypsy, bro. He's a gypsy. He's a European gypsy. You don't even know what his real ethnicity is.
Hey, Snowman, if the blue veins fit, he belongs to y'all.
I can tell you what his ethnicity ain't, and it ain't white.
He got a little bit of all the Europeans mixed in there.
How dare you?
Hey,
That's blasphemy. That is blasphemy.
Hey, Hood. Hey, y'all. Do y'all think that they put THC? I mean, now we all know that you get closer to God, you gotta have weed in your system, and you gotta be on the highest mountain. They just gave us a cheat code.
That's the one thing they did right, bro. Don't get excited.
Nothing to do with what hit me 24 hours after drinking it. The fact that people think I was in hospital crying and breaking down because I was tripping is insane. The actual reason why I ended up in hospital was because of E. coli. E. coli is a bacteria that's found in poop. So when I talked about the fingers of the holy man who was making the drink,
you see those fingers?
Yeah,
that's poop.
All over them.
Hey, look at all that. Look at all that brown, man.
Look at that brown, bro. Why your fingers that brown? Cause that's poop, my nigga.
That's not.
So when I talked about the fingers of the holy man who was...
Look at those holy fingers, bro. Who
That's
knew?
not chocolate.
Now earlier when I started this clip, didn't I tell somebody mentioned poop, and I was like, just wait for it. There it is, bro.
Every time you bring up one of these jeets, it's got to have something to do with someone's shitty fingers, or drinking piss, or washing their hair with piss, or fucking washing their dishes with piss, or fucking bathing in shit.
Look, Snowman.
Ask one of the jeets about
Hey, Snowman. When in Rome, man. When in Rome.
Right. I am not an expert on jeetness. I'm merely an observer and a reporter. I report jeetness to everybody because it's fun.
Man, they're fucking nasty.
Bro, I've seen them get pissed on by cows. I've seen them smear shit on their pots, cow shit on their pots to bless it before they start cooking for the whole tribe.
I feel like
shit
I
is
just
wild,
ruined
bro.
it otherwise.
Ruined Indian food. I loved Indian food until I seen that shit.
Not even food. We had a perfectly great stream up until I started doing this. The last like 20 minutes, I might have to cut from the stream because it was a great show about North Carolina. No, it wasn't anybody's fault but mine. I'm not gonna let the chat or the panel take blame. That was me. It was all me because I said I want you to watch this. But now that we're here, I'm just saying I feel like I totally fucked up a good stream.
You did. I can't even finish
But
eating my
fucking
dinner
we're
now.
in.
You asshole.
Listen. Just wait until I'm done to finish your cold cream of wheat with the Indian finger milk.
Oh, you're nasty.
Was making the drink for me, having dirt and potentially poop on them. That was correct. I drank Holy Man poop and it put me in hospital.
He drank Holy Man poop and it put him in the hospital.
Must not have been that holy.
I mean, you would think it wouldn't put you in the hospital, right? Or maybe that's how you get close to the guy. Like I said, you go to India, you die a little bit, and then you see God or Krishna or whatever the fuck.
You got to go over there and tongue punch a holy man's fart box.
I mean, they got like 11, 12 gods over there. So, like, is it even that special if it's a bunch of them? If it was just the one
you
god,
have to go over there and get gang raped by the Indian gods.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Because if it was just the one god, it's like, all right, well, he had to make time for me. This nigga made an appointment in his infinite schedule for me. That's kind of cool. But if it's like 12, 15 of you niggas, then like, I feel like, the short one got the stick, and that was me.
Dude, and it's bad because almost every one of their gods got like fucking 8 arms.
And then they want to touch you with each one of them.
Right. Think about that. And all of them got that dirty holy man Pajit shit on their fingers.
Right. Would you like some finger milk style?
That's why I like on the subway in Chicago. No,
here, suck on my fingers, sonny.
All right. We're done. We're fucking done. This show got to end at some point. We've done too much.
And had me pooping blood for 2 days.
A taste of India.
So when I talked about the fingers of the holy man who was making the drink for me, having dirt and potentially poop on them, that was correct. I drank holy man poop and it put me in hospital and had me pooping blood for 2 days.
Yeah, we are definitely.
That holy man drinks.
I took this show down a dark alley. Well, he got that prehistoric Indian biome. No, his gut can take. I told you, they can digest rhinoceros bones. I'm telling you, Indians can eat anything.
They're like cows, dude. They got like 3 stomachs.
I think it's just one stomach, but it's like really ancient. They got an old gut. Like I'm telling you, it's some shit. Like it was like the original stomach that man had before fire.
How fucked up do their stomachs really got to be, though? I mean,
hey, remember though, look, when the conquistadors and the pilgrims came over, they killed them with all that bacteria that they had. So I'm just like, it's kind of the same thing. Kind of the same thing. They couldn't even withstand the microbes.
What's got to do with this poor sucker drinking finger milk and getting sick?
Look, think about it. When the Europeans came to America,
came in with rats in the boats.
The natives couldn't stand that European, like the internal organisms that are just native to Europeans or whatever. The Indians couldn't stand it, right? They were like, "Holy shit, this shit killing us," right? The natives, they were like, "Give me more."
Couldn't even hold their liquor.
The Indians, when they met the Europeans, they didn't die. You have to actually kill them with swords. They were like, "Give me more. Give your Vitus's good side."
I would like to point out that I think this is bullshit.
To this day, they can't hold their liquor.
This fine white guy goes over and gets fucking assaulted by a Pajit and somehow fucking being colonized, and the cracker brought it on himself. How is that?
What if we're worried about like the Mexicans in America and all that?
The whitey
justice.
That's what the whitey got with fucking smallpox blankets.
Think about this. We're worried about the Mexicans taking over America and maybe the Venezuelans. But what if some combination of India and Chinese people actually take over America? Because Chinese, they got the brains and the money making, and the Indians just don't die. And so between those two things, like, what if they just take over America?
What have you ever contemplated the idea that maybe the Indians are like the trailer trash? Or the hood Negroes.
They are
the Asian race.
That's why they're here. That is literally why they're here. They're like the indestructible nuclear cockroach trailer trash of humanity. Like you can drop several Hiroshimas on them, and they will just wake up one day. Hello, can I help you, sir?
You're saying that the only thing that's going to be left after nuclear holocaust is them, Keith Richards, and cockroaches,
and a couple of Chinese motherfuckers. Yeah,
Snowman. Hey. A snowman. You could throw them in Kensington Avenue and they will thrive.
Holy shit.
They will thrive in Kensington
That's fucked.
Avenue. They'll set up shops and everything. They'll start selling street food and everything, bro. I'm telling you.
They'll have people fucking, man. Could you imagine Indian finger milk on Kensington?
Think about that one.
Bro. I
A
don't
bunch
know
of
if it would
motherfuckers
kill
all
him.
knotted.
I don't know if
Imagine
it would kill him or if it'll help him.
Imagine a bunch of motherfuckers knotted out from fentanyl and fucking heroin, all bleeding out their ass at the same time.
Damn,
I
I can see
mean,
that
they
one
kind
coming.
of they're
Walking
kind
hard.
of doing that halfway already because heroin and fentanyl. It's already coming out of both ends anyway. I mean, you may or may not be bleeding, but it's coming out of both ends. I don't know how much you know about the dope fiends, but they
They're
do
gonna be
that
doing the
every.
Philly shuffle. They're gonna be doing the Philly shuffle. They're gonna be doing the Philly shuffle while shitting themselves.
Bruh. Anyway, we've totally ruined this stream. I don't know if I want to ruin it any
You
more
ruined
than
this.
we've already
You
done.
did, not us. You.
And it was pristine. It was pristine. It was perfect. It was like a perfectly cut gem before I invited you goons onto the panel. You guys dragged me to hell with you. I was a good boy, and then I invited my friends into my house. My mom told me I shouldn't have company when she's not home. That's what I get.
But that's the best time to have fun.
Your racism is getting a lot better, though, Hood.
Oh, thank you.
I'm
That
rather
almost
impressed
makes
with I'm impressed with your racism skills now. They're getting a lot better.
I'm universal, man. I throw shots at everybody. White people get it too. Everybody, bro. That's how you got to be. It's only fair.
That's why I respect it. You got to respect the game.
That's how I feel. We got game respects game. You dig?
Yep.
Anyway, guys, we got to wrap this up, man. Thank y'all for coming out tonight, man. Appreciate all you guys. You guys are crazy. You guys actually listen to this shit. I can't believe you people. You guys are amazing. we got to get up out of here.
Dysfunctional degenerates, though. I mean, we dysfunctional degenerates like you would a conservative edge.
What did Hillary call us? A basket of
deplorables.
I feel like it's like a whole shopping cart now. No one
A
can carry a
basket.
basket.
Hey, Hood, it was a basket of deplorables. And she
You're
doubled
right,
down
we've
on it
grown.
like
It's a
last
whole
week.
cart. We're a whole shopping cart now, man. You can't carry a basket with this much shit in it, bro. We're a whole shopping cart of deplorables now.
Not just any shopping cart. We're a Sam's Club shopping cart, man.
Man,
Oh, one of those industrial, one of them big motherfuckers. You can carry a fat bitch in one of these shopping carts. All right, we up out of here, y'all. We got to go, man. Y'all have a good night. Thank y'all so much for being here. Appreciate y'all supporting the show, but I'm going to sleep and I'm probably going to eat again.
Stay away from that Indian
What was
finger
that?
milk. Stay away from that Indian finger milk, folks. We don't need to see you guys end up with fucking E. coli or some shit.
No Indian finger milk. All right, last words. No Indian finger milk.
Don't get things about Omar.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.